Yo, yo, yo. Thank you for joining us on a Freestyle Finance Friday here in the Logistics Lounge. We're going to have the party hopping tonight with Miss Janelle here, the number ninja. I super freaking love that tagline, by the way. And we're going to have some special guests pop on. Who knows? Could be anybody. Make sure that y'all stay tuned and watch this amazing Friday episode of the Logistics Lounge. All right. Janelle.
Hey.
How's your day? How's your week, your month, your year, your life? How's it all?
Everything is great. Yeah, just busy nonstop. It's a busy time of year for me. You know,
I bet
month
so.
end, year end, taxes, everyone's ready to get their stuff done. Am I getting a refund?
Sorry, you're not getting a refund, but you still owe me money.
Right.
Oh, that's the best type of service right there.
Yeah.
100. Oh, sorry, Janelle. Sorry.
Other than that, we have some wild bunnies that hop around our backyard. So
that's awesome. I got a duck farm over here.
Yeah. Watching the bunnies.
Yeah, Hunter. I don't know if you heard him. Hunter has a duck farm out his back door.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
I had a duck when I was a kid. His name was Quackers.
Quackers? That's awesome. I love ducks. They're the funniest animals on earth.
Hunter, how's your day been, brother?
It was good, man. It was good. I was feeling a little rough this morning. Had a good time last night at the Nashville Transportation Club meeting. Shout out to John Brewer and the gang over there. Got some big things going on with them, and just another beautiful day in freight. Nice rainy day. Took everything in me not to just nap all day, but we had important things on the table. So
I feel you on that nap thing, man. It was drizzly here and dreary here, and it's still.
I know it never rains on Sundays anymore. So like those are my nap days.
Your nap days. It's supposed to rain here all weekend. That's what my wife told me. So, but man, my day was pretty good, dude. I went and hung out, ate lunch with one of the ladies that's going to be on our ladies' night on March 1st, the start of Women's History Month. Allie and her boyfriend Charles. That was freaking so much fun, dude. It was so fun to hang out with them. Can't wait to have her on the show. And yeah, so I got very little done because it was an hour drive there. And then we hung out at a Mexican restaurant and just ate chips and food, and she drank beer and had just a good old time, man. So it's fucking awesome.
Solid Friday.
It was a really solid Friday, man.
Like you had a freight day.
Dude, it is funny you say that, man. I actually just changed my signature in my emails to where they say "Have a freight-tastic day."
That's awesome.
Yeah. Freight-tastic day instead of having a freight day, which is what our homie Raybine says. It's have a freight-tastic day. I love the word fantastic. I don't know, it's just a fantastic word. You know what else is fantastic is the amount of extra money that you're going to make when you actually start using a platform that can give you the data that you need when it comes to compounding those rates to book that freight. No one else does it better than Lane Runner. Go ahead and go to the website and you'll put that code first month free in. And guess what you get?
Welcome to the future of trucking with Lane Runner. Up to the minute, trustworthy spot market freight rates. Experience real time, full truckload spot market rates at your fingertips. Stay ahead with our advanced rate alert system, ensuring you never miss a market move. Gain insights with our detailed high and low paying lane reports. Make informed decisions with comprehensive market reports tailored for your business needs. Lane Runner, accurate, real-time spot market freight rates at your fingertips. Efficiency, reliability, and profitability all in one platform. Join Lane Runner today and take your logistics to the next level. Spot market, spot on.
What else is going to take you to the next level is taking your money and getting yourself funded through someone that wants you to grow your business and wants you to be smart about your money, which coincidentally, the Number Ninja here is going to talk about that later. But actually, you know what? While I'm doing this commercial, these people that I'm about to do, we're going to connect you to. Hunter and I've already talked about this. So yeah, we're going to do an email between y'all. I think you would like these people here. SureLikeCapital.com. Use that code Lounge365 rolling at the bottom of the screen. You get your first invoice up to $2,500 factored for free. Yes. So, crazy question. Please do not take this the wrong way because I know that you're a very intelligent lady. Do you know what a factoring company is, Janelle?
I do know what a factoring company is.
Okay. Those people are great, and they don't do like the in-depth thing that you do, but like they refer folks and stuff, that do things like that to the drivers and others that do business with them. So if you're cool with it, we would love to like connect y'all, maybe y'all could do some business and stuff together and shit.
Yeah,
so
that would be great. Factoring is a great tool to get you to the point where maybe you can start factoring your own invoices.
That's another reason that I think you'll like Clint, and when she's the owner of the company, his personal motto is, I don't want you to be my customer forever. Yep. Like he comes from the banking industry, and so he's all about teaching people like you do, hey, you do these things to set yourself up to be totally self-sufficient and independent on your own terms, because, factoring company, I mean, in the end, it's kind of like having a short-term loan, what I mean? And so, but yeah, cool. We're going to hook you up. Like I said, I tell Hunter about that earlier. I said, man, they'll be a great pair. And that's the thing about the lounge, Janelle, is we're all about hooking people up, all our guests, like connecting folks and helping each other do business together and expand their businesses, So yeah, you are now in the lounge lizard circle.
Ah, cool.
Without further ado, we are going to get to our guest here, Miss Janelle Hanson. She was referred to me by another person that I have a lot of respect for when it comes to the money game. Bookkeeping and running your numbers and helping y'all figure things out and controlling stuff. And Janelle was referred to me because she actually has a trucking background with her family. So she knows a lot about the things that y'all go through. And I thought she'd be a really good source for her to spit out some game to some of you logistics operators out there. And, hey, we're all about teaching and learning here in the lounge when we can. So hopefully now you learned something. Janelle, the floor will be yours in approximately 10 seconds.
That's the best Hawaiian reggae I've ever heard.
I couldn't find a wine reggae, so I tried to just get as close to some alternative that I could on my tank.
Wine reggae metal. What's the difference?
All right, Janelle, the floor is yours for the time being. Right. Tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, and then we'll just get right into things naturally.
Yeah. So I have done accounting I don't want to tell you how old I am, forever, with like the last 25 years. My aunt was a controller of a company, bring her work home, and it was just something I picked up easily. I thought was easy. So I've been doing it forever. I have my degree in global business and financial management. Went the CPA route for a while and just found out wasn't for me. I like getting into the nitty gritty, the day-to-day, the operational side of the finances, not just, hey, here's how much tax you owe. See you next year. So doing bookkeeping, accounting, I've been a controller, CFO. But my most recent gig is helping businesses keep more of their money, keep more cash in their pocket, pay themselves first, make sure they pay their bills on time, just taking that stress away, maybe even getting excited to pay taxes.
That'll never ever happen. Never ever. Don't who's happy to pay taxes?
No, you pay tax. It means you have profit. You need to have some profit.
That is true, but just sucks. We pay it, but we never get it back. So hey, tell us a little bit about the relevance you have to like logistics. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So my dad was an owner operator for a big chunk of my childhood. I'd go on rides with him. A lot of memories with him being gone. Kind of the struggle of how that looks like. Paying the bills. Like I have that view of it, of being on the other side. And my brother works as a logistics manager in the private field, and my brother-in-law is a broker, logistics broker.
Cool. Do you help? Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, at one point, it seemed like my whole family worked for a big trucking company in Arizona. All customer service, all washing the trucks.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that they worked. She's from the Phoenix area originally. So just think real hard on what company you think that would be that her family all worked for at one time. We'll just leave that out in the ether.
Think Super Bowl.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I have a lot of passion about helping small business owners. To me, when I was younger, like I looked up to them. And then when I started working for the CPA firm and they'd send me out to work one-on-one with clients, that they listened to me and took my advice, and I was able to help them. Like, it just made me feel great.
Yeah. I remember you telling me earlier when you were talking about your family, and hopefully this isn't too much, but honestly, it made me feel so good. But you had said that, if I had known the things that I know now, like I could have helped so many people that I knew when I was younger not make the mistakes that I help people now not make. And I think it really did kind of touch me. It's like, man, she just doesn't care about you giving her money. She cares about you.
Yeah. If my dad would have used this method and just done things a little bit differently, how less of a struggle my family would have gone through. It's game-changing stuff. It's such an easy, it's not simple, it's such an easy shift, but no one teaches you this stuff. You don't learn about this stuff in high school.
You're right. So can you dive right in and tell us the style of money management and stuff that you talk about? I love it. But yes, please share everyone, because it is a very specific thing.
Yeah. So I focus on profit first, and it's a cash flow method that's behavior based. So if you think about your balance sheet and your profit and loss, and it just gets overwhelming, a big question I get is, hey, my P&L says I made $100,000 this year, or I made more than I ever have. Why isn't that money in my bank account? Why don't I feel like I'm making more money? And it's because the accounting system is kind of like opposite. It focuses on our profits at the very end. So we see sales, then we take out expenses, and then we see the profit. So profit first is putting that just in a different order. We have our sales, we take profit first, and then we have our expenses. So it's like you get a new tube of toothpaste, the Parkinson's law. I don't know if you've had this analogy, but so you get a new tube of toothpaste, you're using all the toothpaste, and then it gets down to the very end. You're like, oh, I got to use just a teeny bit of toothpaste to make this last. And this system's the same way. So most business owners, they look at their bank account to see how much money they have. But if it's all sitting in just in one tube, you're just gonna keep squeezing the tube until it's all gone. So we put the money, we carve it up right at the beginning when you get it into separate bank accounts. So you're forced to use just what's in that tube.
Got you. So, I mean, when people hear the term phrase, whatever you say, profit first, I know that is a little bit confusing to people. And the reason I know that is because the person that hooked us up together, the wonderful Venus Michael, she like started teaching me about that. And when I heard it, I was like, wait a minute, I give myself all the money I want before I pay someone else? And she's like, no, that's not what I mean. So like, how does that start? You know, do you help them, you know, set a salary for themselves, you know, without giving away too much of your sauce?
Oh, I'll give away all the sauce. So yeah, it's setting up how much money do you need? You start with like, how much money do you need to survive? Like, how much money do you need to pay your rent? What's the minimum amount of money that you need, right? Let's start there. And then how much money do you need to run your business? How much money do you need for taxes? And we do it as a percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we start there, and the goal is to keep building that up. Right. Once we start looking at stuff in that way, we want to start spending less on our business so we can pay ourselves more.
Yeah. So do you help with that side of it too? I mean, actually, you know what? Before we continue, here's a question that I would like answered, because I think I know the answer, but I kind of don't. What is the difference between a CPA and doing bookkeeping? Since you've done both, I know you can give us a damn good answer on this.
Yeah. So a CPA had to go to school for 100 million years, pass a CPA exam, and maybe some further ethics things in their state, and do continued education. It's like anywhere from 80 plus hours a year of continued education. A bookkeeper doesn't need to go through all that training. So someone can just start a bookkeeping business if they know how to do bookkeeping. And even if they don't know how to do bookkeeping, they can start a bookkeeping business.
So what is the main difference between, you know, besides the education stuff? And that's crazy. Like, I guess I could see it because banking laws, I mean, probably change on a freaking weekly basis. So
yeah, and they're in charge of knowing the legality and the tax law for you, right? They do your taxes. Yeah, we can deduct this. We can't do this. Maybe do strategic tax planning for you. When I do bookkeeping for a client, we make sure we have all your financials organized in a way that it makes sense for you to look at them, because you're running the business day to day. And I help you automate some things too. So maybe you can automate some of the accounting work so you're not stuck doing it all the time.
We're going to talk about that. Oh, I know where you just leave with that. You told me that earlier, what you were going to talk about. Oh, that shit is so cool, Janelle. All right. You kind of just answered this, but I want to just add clarity. You know, I mean, hey, there's a lot of stupid, smart people out there. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So a CPA, like, they don't get into the nitty gritty of it like you. Like, is their main focus like the bigger scene, the tax side of it?
Yeah. Kind of stuff? So you give them the reports at the end of the year, and they're like, they might ask you some questions. They do your tax return and say, here you go, write the check. You might have a CPA that have more meetings with, that do more in-depth tax planning for you, like set up a plan, you know, if maybe tell you what estimated tax payments you every quarter. But most CPAs, don't get into how am I actually going to do my accounting? How can I make more money? How can I be more efficient? How does this number relate to this number?
Yeah, I have an amazing CPA.
That's great.
I do. They do bookkeeping too, but that lady is the bomb. Like, I used to go to H&R Block and do all that stuff. And I was a trucker, and someone's like, dude, no, you have too many things to deduct. Your taxes are much more complicated than you think. And a good CPA is freaking invaluable as a keeper. I tell you, they can save you a lot of money. And if they fuck up, they can cost you a lot of money too.
My advice on finding a good CPA is one that asks you a ton of questions. So if they're asking you a lot of questions, they're trying to get to know your business, find more tax deductions for you.
So do you do any of like that stuff too as part of what you do, Janelle, or is it just the bookkeeping, or
just the bookkeeping and the profit strategy side? Yeah. So I'll work with your CPA So you don't have to, like if they asking you questions about the books, need more information, I'll work with CPAs.
Janelle said, I ain't got time for that no more. I had my time in the trenches with that, and I'm done. All right. So here's before we get into the automation stuff and like you giving away, or talking about the processes that steps people need to do. In your opinion, is there a specific size of a company or a specific point in a person's business when they should start looking for a bookkeeper? Or is it just, hey, if you operate a business and your money's stupid, you really need to have someone take care of this for you?
I would say, what is your time worth? So if do you enjoy doing the bookkeeping? I say when you're starting out, you should understand how your bookkeeping works so no one can take advantage of you. So you should understand the ins and outs to a point. But I would say outsource it as soon as you can afford it. Do it. I doubt you got into logistics so you could do bookkeeping.
We didn't, but I'll tell you, there are a lot of brokers out there that they do a shit ton of the financial stuff.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. I mean, and it is, I want to say it's scary in a way, because again, like let me tell you, when it comes to certain types of math, I'm fucking amazing. Like if you want me to tell you measurements and exactly how much lumber that you need to build something, dude, I can do that all day long. You want me to tell you how much a gallon of diesel weighs and how to properly scale your truck? Do that all day long. But when you start adding like more signs and stuff into things, you lose me. You know what I mean? So
letters don't belong in math.
That's
where I draw the line.
That's true. That's true. Janelle, since he popped in, I just want to introduce Ryan. Yeah. He's a fellow broker. He actually used to be a carrier and an owner operator. So and this is just Freestyle Friday. We'll have people popping in and out, but I promise we'll stay 100% focused on you for the next 47 minutes.
All right.
You can chill as long as you want. Freestyle Friday, we just have a hard hour mark so we can all hang out and chill and just do what we do. All right. So, from day one, I agree with what Chris said here. Chris, dude, me personally, I would be the same way when I tried operating a business, man. I'll tell you, even though I had some accounting classes, because I went for like business stuff, like it is a shit ton more difficult than you think. There are so many different accounts and places money needs to be set and all those things. So, Chris, I agree with you. Because I would never let my broker run my books too. That's true, but hey, you wouldn't realize, Chris. A lot of people don't, that a lot of brokers, they do billing, man. They send out for factoring, for like your factoring company get paid. Some brokers do their own factoring. Like you would be amazed how many brokers are involved in the back office accounting stuff. All right, Janelle. So I want you to run us through profit first. Tell us what steps do you begin with people, and we'll stop there. Tell us where people.
So the first steps is opening up your bank accounts. So it's 5 bank accounts, which sounds like, why do I need 5 bank accounts? But it works, right? So you have 5 bank accounts. One, all your incoming cash goes in there, and that's the only thing that goes in there, incoming cash. You don't spend from it. It's just, hey, dude, put ACH into this account, direct deposit, however, checks go into one account, and then you allocate it out. So you allocate it to your profit account, to your operating expenses, to your vault, and to your tax account, right? And then that's it, right? So your owners is what you get paid. Operating expenses is what you have to run the business. Tax is what hangs out in the tax account till the end of the year, if you have to pay estimated tax payments. So when the CPA says, hey, this is how much you owe, you're like, great, I got that in the bank. Not that I have to get so many more loads in order to pay my tax bill off. It's done, it's there. And then the profit vaults, or the profit account, which I really think is exciting, is it's meant as a reward for you for doing a good job, following the rules. 50% of that gets paid out to you every quarter. and 50% of that stays in the account. So you're trying to build up a vault of at least 3 months of operating expenses. So shit goes south down the road, or not if, when, right? When it goes south, you'll have a nest egg there. So you're not worried about how you're going to pay your rent or pay a truck payment. It's taken care of.
All 5 of my accounts were negative. As a carrier, as a broker, they're all positive.
I love that you call it a vault. I don't know if that's the term that they use in the profit first world, but
yeah,
I think that you call it a vault is amazing. Indy, what's up?
What's up, y'all? Can you hear me there?
We can. Yeah. Janelle, this is our friend Indy Trucker. He's an owner operator. So we told people you were coming, and they're like, "Hey, we want to come listen to this lady." So all right, I love that you call it the vault, man. I really think that's great. So how long does it usually take? Say I come to you and I want you to do my stuff. Like, how long is your process normally to like dig in with someone and develop a plan for them? And I know you'll say it's different for everyone else, but what's an average?
Yeah, it's a little different. It depends on if you have how good your numbers are that you have right now for historical, because we'll go off historical numbers. But within the first week of us meeting, we'll have your bank accounts open. But it takes some work to start transferring money into those accounts, getting money to come out of those accounts. But we start from the first week of making that plan. So like Ryan said, your accounts are negative, and that's how it is sometimes, it's like,
that's how it is most of the time.
Yeah. It's like, you had negative profit this year, you owe money in taxes. Like sometimes it's a little scary to look at your books, but we make a plan on how we can get it out of that negative into the positive. So it's little by little. You're not going to have 15% profit from day one, maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years. But that's where you make a plan, like use the factoring company. Like you said, if you have some debt you need to pay off, and make a plan to pay the debt off first.
When you say the tax account, is that like all taxes, like income taxes, fuel taxes, all that stuff, like your IFTA and all that stuff, you put that all in one account?
Yes, it depends on how your brain works and how you want to do it. So you can have 2 accounts. You can have one for each.
Okay. So do you help drivers calculate IFTA taxes? Because I know we had Rob and Hunter had JB on the show, and he said that he had some trouble with IFTA and had to pay $6,500 fine, right, Rob?
Yeah, I was telling Janelle, I used that example of her earlier about like some drivers don't understand tax, don't understand things, and like the simplest mistake can cost you so big. I literally used that exact example to her earlier.
Yeah, and then we have we call the mafia states as truck drivers. As carriers, we call them the mafia states. There used to be 4 of them, but now there's 5. You handle truck drivers too?
I haven't, but that's something I'd be interested in discussing or helping.
Yeah. So Chris probably knows the 5 mafia states: Connecticut, New York, Kentucky, New Mexico, and Oregon.
Kentucky, come on, man. I live in
you gotta have that extra KY.
Yeah, so they charge you just for driving through the state?
Yeah,
no, it's an extra filing. It's K1 there. It's on your corporate taxes there. It's a little bit more.
Yeah,
so
Connecticut and New York have that too.
Since you're earning money driving through the state, you gotta give us our share.
Yeah. Well, New York is the only one that you don't have to pay like by the mile. But Connecticut, Kentucky, New Mexico, you have to pay by the mile. And then Chris is saying in the chat that Arkansas is I guess added on. Connecticut was new in 2023. They just added it. And then each one is different. Like I think New York, the New York hut is every 2 years. You have to get a new sticker. And Connecticut and Kentucky, I think you have to pay every quarter. New Mexico, I think it's every month.
Yeah, I think typically Kentucky's figured in on your IFTA, on your quarterly adjustments there. So, I mean, at least that's the way we handle it with your KYU number there.
Yeah. And then Chris is saying that Arkansas is new. Is that new 2024, Chris?
Chris, I don't know if you can see all the comments, Janelle, but Chris, he's a driver, but he also has a degree in accounting. He says specifically auditing. So he's really, really freaking a smart guy, and he has nothing to do with his fucking life right now because his truck is down. So he's just sitting at home doing nothing and just
he's sitting at home watching the lounge.
He has nothing to do. I'll send you a link, Chris, but it's Janelle's show. You got to let her talk. Okay. We're already trying to right. So Janelle, what is the starting percentage? Like when we were talking about the profit that you said, usually it's a percentage. Like what is the average starting percentage of profit you try to do with the new customer?
Well, yeah, at least 1%. Our goal is to get it up to 10, but at least 1%, as much as the business can afford. And then we start digging into the expenses to see what can we cut or what can we reduce.
Yeah, so, I like that because there is a lot of carriers out there. I'm going to say it, just people, business owners, period, that they don't look at expenses like on a consistent basis. You know what I mean? Like they get into business and they start, and their insurance company is whoever. They're like, oh, hey, it's great. I can afford it. It works for me. And they're just happy. They don't think, oh, man, well, there's probably someone that can offer me the same or more for less. I mean, in truckers things, tires is a huge freaking expense. Like I think a steer tire right now is what, Chris, $500-600, maybe more for a steer.
Yeah, so I'm actually in line to get steer tires. 807.
Wow.
I decided it was time to do that. So I've had them on there for 2 years though. They're going to give me some pretty good trade-in credit. But yeah, I mean that's Michelin's. I mean that's top notch 16 ply. But that's what I run. That's what I've run for years.
Good rubber, man. Good windshield wipers, good tires.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, we're talking about like not wanting to pay taxes, and profit's really important. So, most business owners like, let me run my business down to the bone so I don't have to pay any taxes. But if you need to get a loan for anything, that backfires against you. You need to show some profit. So we need to work on building up the profit, not getting rid of it. I know a lot of people think that way, like, oh, it's okay if this is a little bit more expensive than it should because I need the write-off. That's
how do you feel about those? Because I'll tell you, I had that misconception, Janelle, when I did a business, because my dad is an entrepreneur. Damn near every one of my family is an entrepreneur. They all own very successful businesses. And I grew up hearing of my dad, let's people, oh, it's a write-off, I'll get it back. And it's like, you're spending the money now, but you think, oh man, it doesn't matter at the end. And I'll tell you, there were some times where I'm like, yeah, this did not even out the way it was supposed to. So, I mean, like, what is your feeling about that type of stuff? Because I think that's a really big misconception business owners have.
Yeah, so you need to show that. Yeah, you need to show that you have some profit, right? The bank wants to see that you're making money. If you're running it to the ground, like that can cost you. That can cost you a lot. You need a new truck going. It could be a higher interest rate because you're not that good of a bet. So you need to have. It's not the smartest way to think, right? It's like spending money to save money.
I love that's a good point. Spending money to save money that you sometimes don't save.
Yeah, it ends up backfiring on you in a big way.
Yeah. What are some of the biggest mistakes that you see when people come to you that, you're like, man, I cannot believe you're fucking still in business right now. Like, what are the stuff that you see? You're like, what is going on with this person?
Just hiding your head in the sand, not looking, not paying attention. And it's easy to do when you're not quite sure what the numbers mean. You're like, don't know what you don't know. So not asking for help because you're scared and don't want to be judged because you've maybe haven't made the smartest choices. Maybe you have a lot of debt and you're scared to admit it, or you don't even know where to start in building your financials because you don't know. So it's just waiting too long, because it's okay to have those mistakes. Everyone does. Like I've been there. You know, when I first started my business, I had to sell random shit around my house to pay the rent. That's an entrepreneur life, you know? So it's nothing to be ashamed of, like mistakes.
What was that, Rob? New poor and old poor, right?
Yeah.
I think, you know, I really feel that, and I know that people do that is because, you know, like being honest about your financial situation is a business owner, or period's a hard thing, especially as a business owner, because everyone wants to think that they're doing okay. You know, they're like, hey, my bills are paid, or this thing's paid, and like things are going all right. And, you know, it's not till, and this was my situation. It wasn't till I got around to paying taxes that I figured out, holy fuck, I'm a walking shit show. You know, like I had QuickBooks is not your friend if you don't understand any type of accounting at all. Like it's not. It is. I've like, oh, I'll figure it out. Like, and no, I completely screwed myself. So I think that's what it is. It's people have that hard time admitting I need help. You know, and especially to, no offense, Janelle, but to a stranger. You know what I mean? I mean, how, you know, you've been there. You know what I mean? You just watch someone and like open up your life, and honestly, finances, that's the person's life. You can tell every little thing about a human being if you can look at their spending habits. Everything from the type of fucking coffee they like, you know what I mean, to the porn sites.
It's very intimate.
We're terrible human beings if you look at our checking accounts. I'm telling you, we're sinful.
One time, a lady came to me that was very behind in her taxes and had a lot of catch-up work to do in her bookkeeping. And I was asking her about some expenses. Her and her husband had been split, but they were together during this time. She was getting caught up on her taxes, and it was jewelry, strip clubs, all of this stuff that she had no idea was going on in her finances because she just wasn't paying attention to it. So it not can only change your business life, like she could have sped up her divorce by a couple of years.
Yeah, that's like rule number one. You don't use your debit card at the strip club.
Yeah, right.
Could have been her.
You walk through to the ATM down the street.
Before we move on from this, dude, because this is one of the funniest things ever that I've ever seen in my fucking life, and it just brought to my attention. So, I went to Vegas a while back when I was a driver, man. I used to go pretty often and stuff. But dude, my buddy, he used to take me off the strip because he lived in Vegas. He's like, man, fuck the strip. Like that's where all the tourists go. Let's go do some other stuff. And I can't remember the name of the club now, but literally they have a sign near the ATM. It says, don't want to swipe your card? Use our ATM. And it says it will show up as, and it was some stupid shit like Bonnie's Flower Shop. Bro, it was the most genius thing that I had ever seen. It was so funny. It's like, dude, hey, just use the ATM. Your wife will think you're buying her flowers or something, man. Oh, man. I'm sorry you said that. I just like,
she never got the flowers.
It's a flower shop, all right. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, but then you better actually buy her some flowers, though. You can't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was, but it was, you know, it was something.
Right?
You know, Joe's bar or something. But it was just funny that like the strip club was even like, hey, like we know that if you're a single man, you probably don't want to swipe your debit card and have to answer to your wife. But if you use an ATM that says, you know, Joe's Pizzeria, wife's not going to say anything. You know what I mean?
Baby, why'd you spend $600 at Joe's Pizzeria?
For the boys. You got pizza for the boys. I bought the place around.
Janelle, what we do is we do that, and then we keep their seats, and we go to Janelle and say, Janelle, this was a business meeting.
Yeah. Now I know.
Hey, there's what is some of the craziest things that someone has tried to get you to help fix? You know, like, I mean, does someone have, you know, what's the craziest things you see, like the deepest nutty things that someone's put themselves in, and you're like, man, what is going on?
Well, I've had people reach out to me and ask me, like, Janelle, I'm trying to get a loan. I need a W-2 that says I make this much money. I'm like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. I cannot do that for you.
You got to wait till the first of the year, and the first 8 weeks of the year, you pay yourself $5,000 every week.
Hey, real quick, I got to run. I'm sorry, Janelle. It was nice to meet you. Send me an invite or get something from Pedro to follow me on Facebook, and I'll follow you back.
Sure.
And maybe we can connect and share resources. But I love it. This show. Hate that I have to run, but I got some.
How's your truck doing, bro? Before you leave, how's everything on the truck front?
I sent photos of the title to the adjuster, so that should tell you.
Oh.
And when Janelle's talking about this whole planning ahead thing, seriously, this is why, because I'm in that position now. I have no other truck. I have no other option. So I'm no life ticket today.
Well, hey, you may be ticket no money today, but we'll find a way to help you get to be ticket money again.
Yeah, follow me too, bro. If I can figure out how to help you anyway, I'll look into it, man.
I'll hook y'all up, Indy. Ticket is on. Hey, you're on X, aren't you? Ticket.
Okay. I will get there.
Get on LinkedIn.
I'm on Instagram too.
I'm on LinkedIn somewhere.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll find a way to hook y'all up. Indy will be a real good resource for you, bro. Like his reach is fucking crazy in the driver world, man. So yeah, I'll hook y'all up, and Janelle, I'll hook you in ticket money up too. And hey, I tell you, this is what we do.
You guys can always find me on. You guys can find me on Instagram or TikTok as Ticket Money too.
Yeah, I know. I know about TikTok. So, all right, we'll find a way to hook you up, bro. I'll get him hooked up with you, man.
All right, later, guys.
All right, be good, bro. Be safe. See, look at that, Janelle. You're already making, I'm telling you, connections. Like, even though like Chris knows money stuff, like tons of drivers know him. Like, he's pretty good size on the Facebook side of things and shit. So, yeah, I'm telling you.
I'm good, but I like to live high on the hog. I probably should quit doing that so much.
Well, hey, what, Chris, Ryan, like, do either one of you guys got any questions for Janelle? I mean, some things that maybe y'all have dealt with in the past or know people are dealing with, or just some, general advice. I mean, we're all pretty much business owners here,
Yeah. So the biggest thing that I had as a carrier, the biggest problem was that IFTA. It was always, and I'm pretty sure every truck driver does it. Not one of them is reporting accurate. Because you always, you lose that fuel receipt. So I always, had a problem keeping track of it because every state is different, right? So every state has a different percentage, and it's based on how many gallons you buy in that state at that percentage. And it's a shit show. It really is. And then even when you register your truck, right, and you get your plates, you're supposed to report your mileage in every state when you register that truck. So they have what's called, what's it called? Maybe Chris knows. Chris, what's that thing called when you file when you get your truck and you got to pay, you put the weight that you want to run in every state, and you got to pay to each state based on how many miles you ran in that state.
Oh, so yeah, that would be your
no, not
it's not your IFTA. So with this, when I used to do it for your portion plate.
For your portion plate,
yeah, you do it annually when you get your plate. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I'm a pampered owner operator. I'm leased to a carrier, and I'm blessed to have a great team that pretty much takes care of all that stuff. I got to do taxes, I got to still do maintenance. I got a CPA. I got a great CPA That's the first thing I always tell somebody. I'm like, you got to have a CPA. And in my house, the truck eats, the tax man eats, and then I eat. And that's just the way I do it.
Yeah. So I mean, I mean, you know, Chris is a smart guy. So, you know, I think a lot of owner operators, you know, from stories that I've heard, you know, people will buy a truck and they won't even have the 2290 done, and they're trying to go to the DMV and register the truck, and they haven't even paid the 2290. So, you know, I think it's just a lot of I don't know, lack of knowledge, or I don't want to say that's ignorance, right? It's just the being able to have that information readily available is it's like it's a secret because everybody doesn't want you to go and get your own truck or do your own thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, a lot of people, you know, recently, you know, with Rob and what Hunter are doing here, you know, it's been easier to network and meet people. But when I started as a carrier, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I had no idea. I applied for my authority, and then they're like, oh, now there's this fee, and now there's this fee, and now there's this fee. And I'm like, shit, I should have had like 40,000, you know, 50,000 before I started this. I only had like 5. So there's a lot of things that, you know, you skip out on, and you know, it's good to have, you know, a resource like yourself that's doing it, you know, and you just have to let everybody know that you're doing it, I guess.
We're going.
Or do you guys use any accounting software, or how do you keep track of your mileage and gas and all of that?
I had a filing cabinet called the floor of my truck.
Well,
it's all up here. I extract an Excel spreadsheet once a year. I really got to stop doing that. I'm going to be testing out some new software I learned about while I was at Manifest this week, though, and just seeing what it does. It's got a lot of AI into it, and if it works like it says it is, I mean, it's going to make me even lazier than I am right now, you know. So I'm looking forward to doing that, and I'll get a good word out there on a review on that when it comes out. But no, I'm like Ryan there. I just, you know, I keep it all. You know, I pretty much use a American Express for everything, which is nice because it's all right there in one document, and I can just take that data in and put it into my profit and loss statement in my Excel sheets every month, you know. But you know, I'm just one truck guy, so you know, I got a little bit of time that I can play with that.
Even Amex is an app, I think, where you can take pictures and connect it to the transactions.
Yes. Yeah. And I do that a lot. Now, the habit is sometimes I forget because I'm so busy and I'm in the mood and moving. So I do keep a paper copy as well into a folder and usually just store that away. But yeah, you know, going through an audit is a very scary experience. So I don't think you can ever be too prepared to go through an audit.
I think Chris is in that top 1% of truck drivers. I don't think any of us are driving around with American Express cards. I think he's got
the cheat code.
I'm kind of scared at how much credit I have available on those things, y'all.
Most of my stuff is
credit approved.
Yeah, something I haven't talked about yet is a bank that works directly with Profit First that allows you to set up to 20 bank accounts, and they do auto allocations. So it will, if you know what your allocations are, you can just set it up, do it twice a month, as much as every day. And you can have one account just for gas, a debit card, an account. So that's one way to keep track of it.
And when you oh, I'm sorry, Hunter, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just chiming in. It sounds like I need to open up a few more bank accounts.
Yeah.
If I can't see it, I won't touch it. But
Hunter, turn your mic gain up.
Oh, there we go. Can you guys hear me better now? I'm still working with the new system, man.
I know. That's why I said. Like I was like, man, he sounds so far away, but I know he's like right fucking there with it. So
check, testing, check.
So Janelle, when you do all this stuff for a driver, what is your fee to do all this to handle
it? Depends. It depends on what you want me to do and how many transactions you have. If you want me to do the accounting for you, or if you just need help. So I do a lot of on-demand accounting coaching for people. Just when they get stuck, they reach out to me like, hey, Jill, I have myself in a situation. How do I reconcile this account, or what should I do here to automate it? If you want to work with me every month or have me be that person like, hey, Ryan, where's the receipt? What do you got going on here? We would look over your finances, see what you have going on every month, how involved you want me to be, how involved do you want to be, and then come up with a flat rate.
And then that's probably least expensive month over month rather than coming to you when you have a problem and then, hey, try to fix it, right? Being proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah. Well, everyone's at a different level. Some people really like doing their accounting. It sounds like Chris actually might enjoy doing his spreadsheets. Like he has a system.
He's been at it like 20 years. Yeah. So yeah, he fucking knows.
So some people like being in the nitty-gritty of their stuff. And sometimes you have to be in the very beginning. Like your budget might not be like there to hire a bookkeeper, a full-charge bookkeeper, to do everything, but you can hire someone to oversee what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as a truck driver, you don't really have like a set amount of money that you're making every week, right? So everything in driving a truck is that rate per mile, right? So I feel like if a truck driver is using your services, that's something that they can build into their cost of their truck to run and their rate per mile, and they can still be profitable, overall. It's just a built-in, it's a built-in cost, right? So now when we go to Rob or Hunter and say, hey, I can't take this load for that, man. Janelle got to give me an extra 10 cents per mile. So now when Rob hears the carrier throw out, hey, I need an extra 10 cents for Janelle per mile, he's gonna have to give it to him.
But before a DOT, I want to or actually I haven't introduced y'all yet. Janelle, this is a friend of ours from X. He runs a tow company and has done a bunch of freaking crazy things in the industry. Freaking super cool guy. Brother, here in a minute, I really want to get to you. I'm glad you came on because to me, you're really of a more, in a sense, more traditional of a business owner. Like what I mean is like you have building and employees and expenses and equipment, and it's a little more expansive than a carrier. Not that carriers and brokers don't have a lot of expenses, but to me you're more of a traditional thing, dude. So hopefully you'll have some questions for Janelle. But Janelle, here's something I want to know. You're doing, say me and you're doing business, and you've been doing my books for a while, and you see that, hey Rob, your profit is starting to go down, a little bit, your revenue staying there, but your profit's going down, your expenses are kind of staying the same, but there's some things we need to change. Like, do you actively give people advice, like say, hey, DOT, you've only been charging like $200 for these tows forever. Your expenses are starting to go up. Maybe you should start trying to charge $250 or $275 or something. Like, is that something you get involved with too? Is like really giving advice and helping them try to grow financially and understand that it is ever growing, with your money?
Yeah, I certainly can. I have some clients that I do dashboards for them every month. So we look at different key metrics in their business. And one of those key metrics is our income and our total expenses and how they're lining up, right? Because we never want our expenses to go above our income. So when those lines start creeping towards each other, it's like, hey, why is this happening? It's like, oh, maybe I had to spend a little bit more on this month. Or it's like, we need to do something, right? And yeah, if increasing prices is one of those things, if we can't reduce expenses, that's the only other thing we can do.
I like that. And I mean, I've never had someone really tell me so. I said, I've got a good CPA and I just trust her. So, and my stuff's simple anyway. It's not like crazy anything. Everything in my life is pretty much fixed. Like I learned all my lessons early on. Like, fixed costs are good cost. The less cost you have, the better cost. That is the way I see shit, man.
Yeah. And I think to Janelle's point too, right, is sorry, Janelle, but to make your point is one of the things, even with a CPA, right, is, we'll ask for feedback. They don't necessarily give me feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Our accountant basically would say, hey, listen, you're probably going to owe money this year. You might want to buy something. Well, how much? Well, about this, about that, from a CPA standpoint versus what I've heard so far from Janelle is, there's a big difference in understanding your numbers and how to be profitable versus what the accountant tells you at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And what you owe Uncle Sam, right? So knowing, and that's we have a dashboard. We constantly look at that number daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. It's something, if you're in business and you don't understand your numbers, you're going to go out of business. It's just how it works.
Yeah. You have to
get
excited.
And I'm glad there's somebody out there to do it.
Yeah. You have to get excited about them. So if you're not excited about your numbers, why not? Let's tie it to something that you get excited about. So if that's going on vacation with your family, let's look at that. How much more money can you get paid so you can go on vacation with your family? Something else I do is reverse engineering your income. So how much money do you want to take home? And then let's back that into how many loads you need to do. So if you know how much mileage, like how much you make per mile, so I need to drive this many miles in order to make this much money. So like, am I on target for the year, the month?
Yeah, I guess that's where I was talking about where, you got to know your cost and talk to that broker, right?
Mm-hmm.
And tell them, hey, I need a little bit more on this lane because, Janelle says that we need more. Because there's only, let's be honest, you can only drive so many miles in a week because we have hours of service that, you have hours of service that you have to abide by. On average, you're going to average 2,500 miles a week. Some drivers are going to, get 3,000, depending on, where your clock is, your 70-hour clock and all that stuff. You might have to do a 34-hour reset and you're stuck on a weekend or something like that. But, on average, you're going to drive probably 500 miles a day. So then, you can't drive more miles, to make that up. So the only way to make that up is really by that rate per mile, which.
And how many weeks can you do that nonstop? You need to put some money aside for a vacation. Like you have to treat yourself as an employee. If you own the business, you're doing the work, set that money aside so you don't burn out.
Fucking love that you said that.
I think that's where a lot of drivers are going out of business because they don't do that, right? You don't pay yourself as an employee.
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
Janelle, I knew we were going to get to this. God, I knew we were going to get to this. Like so when it comes carriers in mind, you're like, hey, I've never been an owner operator. I haven't. I was this close to making the jump so many times. But I'll tell you, when I say that I understand a carrier's cost more than most carriers do, you better fucking believe it. Like I understand what cost per mile and everything. But my point is I say to a lot of these people, man, like that are business owners, that exactly what you said, you have to treat yourself like an employee. You need to pay yourself a set salary. You need to take out taxes for yourself, like you're working for someone else. Like you're a business owner, but you also have to remember you're an employee of the business that you own, and you need to act as such. And I'm just glad we finally got to that, because I think that is a huge thing people miss out on, is they think I'm a business owner. I see, and I'll say because I did it. I was in money, man. I had thousands and thousands of dollars coming in from jobs and stuff I was doing. I was in the construction field. And I was like, oh, man, there's all this crazy money. And I thought I had it all figured out. And before I knew it, I'm over at Home Depot buying $500 fucking table saws and, $300 impact tools and all this stuff like that. And then I'm like, holy shit, I have to pay my material credit card. And so I'm taking back the $500 table saw. And you know what I mean? So.
Well, you also, that vault account, that profit account, that's where you get paid as the business owner. So you get a distribution like you would if you had stock in a business, right? You're getting a distribution. So you're getting that bonus for being the business owner too. So you're playing both sides.
Yeah. I'm just glad that we finally got that. It is like, I think it's a lesson I learned. I did. Like, I wish I would have known to myself. And all my family entrepreneurs, and I will say this, my family, everyone in my family, they're kind of stingy on information. You know, they're like, oh, I did it by myself and figured it out, so you got to too. But you know, if I would have known, like, man, I need to pay myself $1,000 a week. Like, that's it. That's all it needs to be every single week, you know, and set goals, or I wouldn't say goals, but I guess say goals for myself. You know what I mean? It's like, I know I need $1,000 a week to pay myself. I need $500 a week to pay these expenses. I need this amount to do this. And, you know, as business owners, a lot of us, man, and I think everyone here could say, man, we started out, it was just complete fucking chaos. Like, you had to have no idea what you're doing, no matter how much you think you have it figured out.
They don't teach that in high school, right?
Yeah,
if you don't go to college for it, you ain't talking about it either. I mean, I went to college for you know, business and engineering, but you know, we took a managerial and financial accounting, but you know, I was like, I'm not doing this stuff ever, you know. Thanks for the A that I got in this semester, but you know, I'm not interested in any of this. So it's like, you know, when you're doing geometry, when you're in high school, you're like, yeah, I'm never going to use this. So you're not really paying attention to what's happening. And you know,
but the accounting that they teach in school isn't the accounting to make you a successful business owner either. Exactly. So I have a degree in global business and financial management. And it's not till I read this book that a client gave me that my own financials change in such a huge way. It's like, you don't need a degree in accounting to do your cash flow. Like, the accounting you learn in school works against how we are as human beings. We're not going to sit down at a P&L, do our cash flow statement to see if we can pay a bill. We're going to go to our checking account to see how much money we have in the bank.
Is the money there or not? Perfect. Write the check. Sometimes you got to write the check if the money's not in there too.
Hypothetically,
and I think that's one of the hardest things to learn, right? Is for the new business owners, you know, is managing receivables, right? You know, like understanding what your profit and loss looks like and why it looks the way it does, so that you can manage the receivables to pay the bills, to stay profitable. You know, so I just had an argument on his face with a guy the other night. He couldn't understand, as an owner operator, why somebody mailed him a 1099. If you just don't understand it, you don't understand it. But spend the time to meet somebody like Janelle, or invest the time into asking others how to do it, what it means, why they do what they do. You know, and I'm glad there's somebody out there like you to help these guys, because they're good truck drivers, they're good carpenters, they're good electricians, but they're absolutely horrible at running businesses.
Is it just right? Hey, am I the only one that heard DOT is a robot right there?
Oh yeah,
I heard it. You said.
Sorry, man, I hard robot on you.
Oh no, it's like your microphone or something.
Yeah, it's like your connection's bad. Bad dad. If you don't know, Janelle, his thing DOT, it stands for dad of two. So everybody calls him dad. And it's so fucking creepy because, like, we'll be on X and shit, like in these groups, and everyone's like, hey dad. So, like, it's so fucking creepy.
It's awesome. I love it.
Oh man. Oh, it's funny. No, Matt, it's not a self-driving truck. That's Indy Trucker, man. He's in line to get some steer tires. So you know, he went to go check into the shop. I wish Indy was back so he could answer this question, you know, is what do most drivers decide to pay themselves? You know, I can't answer that, to be honest with you. The only thing I can say is that you have to figure out your cost per mile, you know, to know what you need to be getting paid to do shit in the first place. And so, you know, I mean, if your cost per mile is $2 a mile, then you want to get paid $2.50, then that means you pay yourself 50 cents a mile. So I don't know. It could be different from anyone. Ryan, what about you, bro? Did you have like a set amount you paid yourself as a driver?
Never.
If
there was money in the account at the end of the week, that's
what you get, right?
Man,
a lot of the times there wasn't money there, you know, because it's expensive, right? So I mean, if something's wrong with the truck, we gotta make it happen, right? And a lot of the times, you know, the reason why my truck is parked right now and it's not running is because I was taking money from my wife and putting it into the truck, and it wasn't making money. So I said, we got to park it, So my truck is parked until I come up with another $5,000 down payment for insurance.
So you still have your truck?
AJ, I love this question.
$700 a month.
So those hard costs that you have annually, like all those fees, that's something we should have an account for that should be pulling out of every single paycheck that you get. Like, even if it's 0.5% going into that account, then you wouldn't be in this spot. You could just like, here's the check, here you go. I got it. And one of the things, Mike Michalowicz, he's the author of Profit First, that he recommends is if you have a hard time like not getting into your separate accounts, is to have a whole other bank account for those annual expenses, like their taxes, that you don't have a debit card for. Like, you actually have to go to the teller and pull out the money. Like, make it hard to get so you're not tempted to spend it. Like, if any of you guys had jobs before, you know how you'd put like that $5 or that $10 to the 401k, you didn't even realize it was gone.
I don't trust 401ks. I haven't had one in a long time either.
I think AJ had a great question there, and it's probably a good question for Janelle.
I know exactly how to answer this, and I'm gonna fucking blow this answer up. And Hunter, you're gonna love this. Jimmy Durden, if you're watching, bro, Hunter and I, we expect a keg-scription. That is our new thing, a keg-scription. After I answer this. All right, AJ. So figuring out your cost per mile is not going to have anything to do with paying yourself. Your cost per mile is going to be every single thing that it costs to run your truck, from diesel to the fucking big pins that you buy to write shit on your thing. I'm not a crazy. Here's the biggest piece of advice I got from my CPA. If you have to buy it to operate your business, it is an expense. So your cost per mile is everything. It is not your wage. It is what it takes to run your truck. Wiper blades, fuel, diesel, def, the pretty please advise hat that Indy's sporting right there. Once you figure out what your cost per mile is, like I said, say your cost per mile is $2. That is actually what they say the national average right now is to operate a tractor trailer. Again, average. And, if it's $2, then you can say, hey, I run 10,000 miles a month, which is, again, the national average for a truck. So I want to put in my pocket, $5,000 a month. Well, then that your pay needs to be 50 cents per mile. So you can put that $5,000 in your pocket after all of your expenses. So that's a misconception when it comes to cost per mile. Again, it's because you need to treat yourself as an employee. The cost per mile has to do with your truck specifically, what it costs to run your truck. But anyway, I love that. It could, man. I mean, it could, yes. I mean, there's people that do it that way. It could go either way. I honestly cannot answer that. I'd have to go back and look at the article, but just the simplest way, what cost per mile is figuring out what your expenses are to run the truck. Most of it aside from your pay, because, yes, it's an expense, but I guess you do it either way, man. You really could. But if you want to figure it out, what you need to do is you need to go holler at our boy, Jimmy Durden, with AccuBid Pro. They have an app that is for drivers. It is all about recording your cost, what you get paid for the load, your diesel, scales, tolls, everything. You input it into his app, and it tells you what your cost per mile is. So that's my advice to any carrier out there. Owner operator, lease operator, go and download the AccuBid Pro app, and I'm telling you, it's going to be one of the most helpful fucking things there is for you, man. It really is.
Hey, y'all, I just wanted to jump in and say bye. Hello, Corey. I see you over there setting, man. I hope you're up there having a good one, man. Anyway, I'm going to try to get the CEO out of the executive suite up there here in the old Claudette. And we're in the shop, going to spend some money. Some tires and an axle seal and a PM out here in Furley, Nevada. and I'm going to hop off and go wash my ass. That's what I'm going to do. That's what's going to happen. So
yeah, get that extra cardio up there in the bunk too.
All right, love you guys. Check you later.
Great meeting you. Have a good
Be safe, man.
Good, Chris.
See you.
Tell your co-pilot to jump in.
I know.
Yeah, he will.
Oh yeah, I think Evan. I don't know. Is Evan still with him?
Yeah, he was resting up in the bunk.
Oh, I didn't see him, bro. I want to pay attention to the bunk. Dude, those guys. So he's got another cohort of ours named Evan Shelley. He owns a company called Truck Parking Club, and they travel around the country and find people that have huge plots of lands or parking lots that will allow trucks to park there. And they have an app, and the driver goes on the app, reserves a parking space, pays a small fee, and they get to park in a comfortable place and not have to worry about the nastiness that is there not being any truck parking. I don't know if you know that, Janelle, but it is a huge issue in the trucking industry. Like, there's just not adequate parking for the amount of tractor trailers on the road. And hey, this guy right here, I bet, has probably towed his share of freaking trucks being parked, no parking zones and all that stuff like that.
Yeah, it's brutal out there, man. And that's why, like I said, these, like the truck parking club guys, man, they're doing it. They're doing yeoman's work doing this stuff, man, trying to find new spaces and new lots. And they're out there pounding the pavement every day. It's great to see.
They're good. Do they put out some good content too, man? Their guy Hunter and Mitchell and the best looking one of the bunch, Buddy the dog.
Dude, he's killing it out there. Finding parking left and right, sniffing it out.
They are freaking amazing, man. Hey, DLT, do you have anything you want to ask Janelle, man? I know I asked her, but I don't think you really got your chance. Do you have anything you want to ask her and get her expertise on, man?
Yeah, I mean, well, again, I kind of jumped in late. I apologize, but I wanted to know more about the separate account thing. Why do you think the separate account thing is as important? For like a small business guy or an owner operator, or even somebody who's growing. Why is that important to have all those accounts?
Even big companies, I don't think there's a limit of who it would work for, but it's like the small plate method. It's dinner time, you have this huge plate, you eat it all. You have a small plate, you work with what you got, right? Like, you eat everything you see on your plate. It adds an accountability, and it adds in just working with your normal behaviors. Most business owners don't go off their P&L because your P&L is even incorrect. You're like, oh, hey, it shows I have $60,000 in profit. I can spend $60,000 in profit. It's like, no, that's not it. Okay, you have to go to this sheet on the balance sheet, deduct this, carry the one, this is how much money you have to spend, rather than just logging into the bank and seeing it, carving it out from the get-go.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If you can, if I know I can go to account A and that's my operating expense versus account, Z, that's my profit. I can only take what's in Z. I got to leave A alone. That makes a lot of sense. And, and I think guys would really, guys starting out, that would be a huge kind of way to change their mindset of that, like you were talking about earlier, Pedro, is going and buying that skill saw or buying that chop saw, and you're not having to figure it out later.
Bro, you go to the record store and you're like, oh, look at those sexy chains in that hook.
Well, it's Parkinson's law. It's working with, like, if you remember when you were in school, it's like, if you wait to the last minute, you have 30 minutes to write your paper, you're going to write it in 30 minutes. If you give yourself a week, you're going to take the week to write it. The money works the same way. If you have, your expenses are going to meet up to your income. So it's like, oh, I'm making more, you're going to spend more. But if you have it already in that one account, operating expenses, you're going to work with what you got.
It's very true.
Yeah, definitely. If you were a new, like, let's say you're a one truck owner and you wanted to expand and start growing and hire somebody on, what tip or technique would you give a guy to try to put some, how do you start figuring out how to put that extra money away, or how would you go about something like that to grow?
You just start putting it away. You have like maybe you built up that profit vault account for 3 months of your own expenses. Now you start building up a payroll account. And I would say at least fund it for 6 months. You know, you can afford that driver for 6 months.
Oh, that's smart. That is so fucking smart. I never would have thought about that, Janelle. Hey, I'll just hear. Well, I don't know. Hunter may not, but Brian, you probably know. You operate a business, bro. So I know you know that a lot of people, they just think, oh, if I hire someone else, I'll start making more money. And that's all they think. Dude, first of all, I want to say that I love your whole like 3 months thing. My dad is probably the most successful person I know. Like, I mean, he's very, very successful in what he did, has a great living, but he always told me that when it comes to a personal savings account, he's like, Robert, he said, you always want to have 3 times the amount it costs for you to run your household, including your salary, your bills, everything in your savings account. Because when something happens to someone, on average, they are down for 30 to 60 days. And so 90 days gives you a little bit extra room. So I love that, like you say that. I know that's the thing from, your experience, but it just solidifies with me. It's like, my dad isn't an idiot. So, no. But I like that you bring up that adding the employee account, the payroll account. I never, ever would have thought about that. That's a very, very smart thing to do. I mean, that's probably the biggest expense any business owner has with an employee is that employee's salary and probably their insurance costs. Like,
well, I was going to say, Ryan brought up insurance. I'm sure it's not cheap to have another guy driving your truck too.
So yeah, that was the insurance, that $2,700 a month was just insurance on the truck, like just the minimum insurance that you needed. Not even the minimum. We had $1 million. FMCSA requires $750,000. We had $1 million. We did primarily reefer, so we had reefer breakdown. We had $250,000 cargo because sometimes you're hauling, fresh seafood and stuff like that, and the cargo insurance. You need more cargo insurance. And then the one thing that me and my wife went through, this year. And I never even thought about it as a truck driver, and I'm sure a lot of truck drivers never think about it. So we always had our health insurance for my wife and my kids through my wife's employer. So she was forced to resign from her job, and it could have been a huge lawsuit, but she's like, they're bad people, and I just don't want to deal with them anymore. Because she was relieved of her duties while on paid family leave. So it was crazy. But so now she has a job that is a contract job as a travel nurse. So there's no health insurance benefits in there, right? So we have to buy our own insurance. And for me and my wife alone, we pay $1,300 a month for health insurance. And for each of my kids, it's $90 per month for health insurance. And that doesn't even include vision or dental. That's just health. So it's like, if you factor that in, you have to factor that into your operating costs as well. Because if you really look at like truck drivers who are out on the road, their health is not what it should be. And I'll tell you myself, I did not take care of myself when I was out on the road. You're eating truck stop food. You're drinking, I don't know if you've seen the Love sodas, but they're like 90 baby of soda. Yeah. And you get one of those that's a Mountain Dew. That's like 800 grams of sugar in one soda. And they're drinking that within a half an hour of getting back in the truck, So it's like, the health insurance cost is something that they should be factoring into their costs too. And, it's really, it's hard to
as a business owner, I'm glad you brought up like the health insurance stuff. So like, is that like something that's like a write-off as a business owner? Like if I have to pay for that for my family and I, like, obviously it's an expense, but like, can I ask, because that's a fucking, it
depends. That's a question you need to ask your CPA, because it really depends on how your business is set up, on how you can deduct it. But yeah, it is a deduction. And I lost my train of thought.
That happens. How do you say it, Rob?
Poof. We call it poof moment.
But yeah, this is while you were talking, Ryan, I was thinking there has to be some type of association for truck drivers to get a deal on insurance.
So there's OIDA, the owner operators, but I think that place is a big money grab. As an independent carrier, I wasn't a big fan of them. They say that they like lobby for trucks and stuff like that, but I think it's just a big money grab. When you are leased on to a carrier's to a carrier, there's things that are available like occupational accident insurance. When you lease on as an owner operator, they make you purchase occupational accident insurance because you're an independent contractor. So technically you don't have workers' comp through them. So you have to purchase this independent occupational accident insurance. But they don't offer any health insurance or anything like that. And
when I was a driver, man, here was the scam that there was for owner operators. Now I was a company driver, but like even still, like just because you work for a big company doesn't mean that fucking insurance is affordable. It is like very rarely the case, believe it or not. But the big thing, Janelle, is insurance co-ops, which sound fantastic until you understand what the word co-op really means and stuff. So yeah, there's nowhere out there. It's all on the private market for these drivers. It's a sad thing. There's a ton of things in this industry for drivers, and I would even say brokers like that are agents, that operate themselves. There's a real gap in this industry for services for the business owners in logistics, unless you're a bigger business. So
absolutely, 100%. And there's even as a company driver, you have insurance, but then you have, this health insurance where it's not covered out of network, right? But you're driving all 48 states. Yeah. So how often are you in network? So it's not covered out of network. And then you have these high deductible plans where you have to meet your deductible before anything's covered. And you take a huge deductible so that, you're covered if, God forbid, something crazy happens. It's crazy. It's drivers are really like, when I decided that I didn't want to be a company driver and I was going to be my own carrier, and even as a broker, like still to this day, I advocate for every driver. Like even as a broker, like they're really sacrificing so much stuff to be out on these roads to deliver every single thing that's in our house. Like you wouldn't have anything in your house if it wasn't,
as a driver. As the saying goes, if you bought it, a truck brought it.
Yeah.
Even building your house, right? We had to get the lumber here to build the house.
You bought your house, didn't you?
Or the foundation. Somehow it got there.
It all do everything, bro. I said everything. There's nothing in this country that did not touch a semi truck at some point or another.
Yeah, and it's crazy.
All right. So we have bothered Janelle with the craziness of her job long enough. It is Friday. If y'all are just tuning in, you need to go back and you need to watch the stuff that Janelle has been talking about. She's put some really great things out there, some stuff that is incredible information, the multiple bank accounts, the profit first line of thinking when it comes to paying yourself and being a business operator. We didn't touch on it very long, but Janelle, I love the allocation thing. I really think that in this industry, in this day and age, automation is the word of the day every day. If there is anything in your life that you can automate and take off your plate, then do it. And as a business owner, I don't see anything better especially when it comes to your money. I do it. My wife does it with our personal finances. Like we do auto pay. Think about it. Mm-hmm. You do auto pay for your cable bill, your fucking phone bill, all these other things. Like why would you not do some of that for yourself as a business owner and give yourself a break and give Janelle a break? Because she don't want to be calling up your damn Amex card every month, making your payment for you to Janelle, we want you to hang out with us. We really hope that you stay with us. We have DOT here. He's a towing guy. And if you're interested, we're going to talk about predatory towing in the trucking industry. It's a really, really big thing. People are being charged a ridiculous amount of stuff to get towed. But before we switch to our freestyle format, Janelle, is there anything you want to close with? Anything you didn't get to say or points you want to retouch on or any of that?
No, just I'm here to help you guys, whoever's listening. If you want more info on, I like what you said, but I don't quite get it. You can go to my website. I have 15-minute free intro calls. Just have all your questions ready and I'll answer as many questions I can for you in that 15 minutes. If we need more time, maybe I can gather the questions and hop on with you guys another time and answer all the questions here. I want to set all you guys up for success. Like at the intro, like this is a passion of mine. I want to help you guys. It could have saved me and my family so much grief if my dad would have known some of this stuff. So just ask away. I'm here for you. Don't hesitate to send me an email.
Are you
you?
Oh, say that again.
Go ahead, Rob. I'm sorry.
I was literally about to say what you were saying, Ryan, is Janelle, I know you have a LinkedIn. Are you an avid LinkedIner?
Not really, but if you, I'll see if you message me.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because we're on everything. Are you on X by chance?
No, I don't do X. That's something I haven't got into. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram.
Okay.
Is X the place to be?
It is turning into the place to be. I'm new to it. Hunter's got me onto it. Dad down here, he's kind of getting me into it. It's a good place to network. Believe it or not, it really fucking is. It's a great place. But
I'm just not on it very often. So
yeah, I feel you. Hey, I'm not either. I was a Facebook. Hey, listen, I would still love if we had MySpace. Okay?
Yeah, right.
I'm all about that right there. Anyway, so point is we're going to give you a blast on our page, and we're going to tag you. We're going to light you up. We're going to throw you some love. I told you that the big thing about the lounge is it's about connecting people and informative information. That's our first thing, is putting out good content that people can learn from. But also, again, it's a lounge, man. You come in and you come here to see Pedro and Hunter, and then you end up meeting DOT and Ryan, and you walk out with doing business and stuff, And so we're going to blast you up. We'll put out all your social media out there, and and try to get some people, drive some people over to you from our sector a little bit more, throw you some love. And I'll make sure to hook you up with Shoreline Capital.
That'd be great. I think we can put something together too. They're really good
folks. If you like talking numbers and money, you'll fucking love Clint. You'll love Clint. That's his thing right there. 20 years in the banking industry. That's all he talks about is money and numbers. Here, what is your website? Janelle?
It's allinbalance.com. Spell with an O. So it's OLLIN balance.
Actually, here, I'm gonna go put it up right now.
Yeah.
All in balance. Why? Hey, why?
Yeah, I can comment on this video, right? I'll put some comments on this video of how to reach out to me.
No, that's fine, but I'm still gonna put it up.
Tim's my brother.
Oh, Tim is your brother?
Yeah.
Oh, is he? You're banned, sir. We don't.
So Tim, put it in the comments. Put it in the comments. Put our website up.
Yeah, Tim.
Ahead, Tim,
yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly, Dad. Hey, there you go, Tim. Don't ask her. Throw her a plug like a good brother should do. What is he? Is he the logistics manager, or is he?
Yeah. He works private.
Oh yeah, cool, awesome. That's pretty cool. We're gonna have to talk to Tim. We're gonna have to get you on the show, Tim. If you're who I think you are, we're definitely gonna have to get you on the show. Your sister told me about you. Justin, Freight X will. That's right. Freight X will hook you up. That's the side of logistics on X is Freight X. So that's where like all the drivers and
just
brokers
go on there and
stuff.
type in hashtag Freight X in the search bar, and you'll get the whole.
Get everybody.
It's quite the platform. You know, there's a lot of excitement there. That's all I can say.
We're gonna plug you up. There's her website right there, scrolling across the bottom, allinbalance.com. Why the O?
It's all in is an Aztec word meaning doing something with your full self.
Oh, look at you. That's freaking, I love stuff like that, dude.
Yeah.
That is so cool. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah, but I feel like that's what small business owners do. They just jump in, they don't sink or swim, they just go with their full self. So I want to support you guys and make sure you keep doing what you're good at, you know, supporting your families, being on the road, getting new deals. Like,
I think honestly, I mean, what bookkeepers and CPAs, I think they're one of the things that a lot of carriers don't think about. I'm serious. Even when I was a company driver, like taxes have changed or whatever, but when I was a company driver, you used to be able to deduct, I could deduct my gloves, I could deduct my boots, like all of these different things I could deduct. And again, I went to H&R Block forever and they never told me that shit. And a buddy of mine who was a driver and said, dude, you need to be going to a bookkeeper and a CPA to be getting the most out of the shit you're doing. I'll tell you, my refunds went from like $2,000 to like $500, $600, $700 because like my CPA looked at everything. She's like, oh no, this, and this. And it was crazy the amount of money that I was leaving on the table. Absolutely freaking nuts.
Yep. Yeah, your CPA should be asking you questions. If they trust the documents that you give them, they need to be asking you some questions.
Right. Yeah, right. That's true. That's very true. Wait, I'll see.
Wake his ass up.
Yeah, wake his ass up.
You know he's been trying to keep up with Chris, right? And he's like, you know, Chris being the seasoned veteran that he is putting the miles on just to put the wood to him. Bro. And you know he's hating his life right now.
He ain't driving, Dan. He's just sitting there, just relaxing.
Let's just use
that
this
ain't easy.
Example.
Yeah.
It is. I don't know where they're at, but it is 5:38 Central Time, and Evan is taking a nap. That poor baby.
I think they're out in Nevada right now or New Mexico.
Dude, so see, look,
like on the mountain time.
Look, he's an old man.
It's 4:30.
Yeah, he's an old man out there taking a nap at 3:00 in the afternoon, man. At this point, my thought process driving might as well be safe driving. I didn't see where Matt commented. I don't know where Matt commented.
He was asking about the self-driving truck.
Oh, the self-driving truck. That's right. The self-driving. You're right. Matt, you got to keep on your boy with Gago or Gago. I don't know how to properly pronounce that, but you got to keep on your boy, man. We replied. He ain't got back to us, man. You need to tell him he needs to come over here in the lounge. Evan is in a meeting. Yeah, in a meeting with his pillow. He's oh my god. All right. DOT, Dad. I heard someone say your government name, but I'm not going to give it away since you didn't write it on the screen. Dude, let's talk about predatory towing. I know, dude. I want to hear.
Stop pushing the psyop. Stop pushing it. Jesus, you guys are killing me.
Pushing the psyop.
Yeah. What is predatory towing? Let's start with that. Because the misconception that people have is I get towed and I got to pay a bill that I don't like, so it's predatory. That's what everybody up in my replies. Well, I paid this for this tow and I paid that for that tow. Is that a predatory tow?
The only guy he towing that I've like off the road is when this one driver drove through a low overpass, like fucked his trailer up, truck flipped over, and the cops came, and I guess there was like two dudes rolling around in a tow truck that had a police scanner in their truck, and they just pulled up, everything checked out, or nobody really asked any questions, and they were expecting to get an invoice for like $10,000 or something like that. Dude, they charged them $43,000, and they're holding it hostage.
Well, right. So let's talk about that. First things first. If a tow truck rolls up on scene, don't go with them, because what that driver did is he walked back to the trooper or the cops on scene and he said, "Hey, they just called me. I'll take care of it. Don't call your guy." That's what happened. So yes, those are predatory towers. Those are the guys that drive, the scanner monkeys that drive around and try to poach calls. Now, up here in the Northeast, it's illegal in every state up here. So I can't, like, I was on 495 in Massachusetts, driving down the road. Kid spun out in the middle of a rainstorm at night, spun out, hit the guardrail, and landed in the middle of a 3-lane highway. I stopped behind him so he wouldn't get killed. The trooper rolls up and he's like, "Yeah, you're not on our list." I said, No, I just don't want the kid getting killed. And he's like, "All right, good, get out of here." Right? Like, that's how it rolls up here, is unless you're on rotation with with the department. Now, in order to get on a rotation, you've got to, and up here, you've got to have equipment, you've got to have the right insurance, you've got to background your drivers. Like, the whole process is crazy to actually get on a rotation.
Where are you at?
First bit of advice. Well, I'm right on the border. I'm in New Hampshire, but I'm right on the border. I'm right on.
Oh, okay.
Right in Salem.
Yeah, because I drove a heavy wrecker in Albany, over here in Albany, New York.
Yeah. So so the first thing I tell people is don't fall for that. Yep, you have a card, right? Yeah. So the first thing I'll tell everybody, one is maintain your shit. Okay. If you're driving down one of the guys in my thing the other day was like, "Hey, I was driving down the road and my brakes caught fire and the guy charged me 15 grand. Well, first of all, it wasn't just 15 grand. There's more to it. Tell me the rest of the story. But second of all, why did your brakes catch fire? Oh, because you didn't pre-trip. You didn't notice that your can was broke, blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is, you're dragging your tires for 13 miles. Whatever the story is, it didn't just catch on fire. So maintain your equipment. You want to get caught in a towing situation? Maintain your shit. Call Janelle, set up an account, put money away for maintenance and repairs. Right? You see where I'm going with that? So, and here's my, oh, well, I just pulled in to get a pizza and I parked there for like 10 minutes and the guy snagged my car. Well, no shit he did, because you parked in a place where it says no parking. But or I didn't see the sign. Well, no, you saw the sign, but you thought you'd get away with not paying the $15 to park there. Right? So predatory towing, it does exist, right? There are guys that do it. But when you come to me and you say, well, it's because they charged me X that it's predatory, is what I have a problem with, which is why I'm so fucking pissed at this Buttigieg thing. He can go shit in his hat. Like, you want to now regulate my industry and tell me what I can charge? So what they're saying, the big one is the line items. And I think we popped in this when I first jumped on your show last week or whatever it was, but the big thing for them is the line items. So the insurance company requires that I line item everything I do in order to get paid. Now they're saying, well, you can't line item because that seems like it's a bad charge or a bunk charge. So don't line item it anymore. We just want to know what the total bill is. So it's truth in billing, or whatever they're using as their motto here. Okay, but the insurance company won't pay me for a wrecked vehicle if I don't line item what I did. So that becomes a whole nother process. Like, all right, fine, I'll lump a bill together. I'll give you the total bill, but it's going to be higher because things like administrative charge, and this is one of their line items that they cry about. There's an administrative charge.
Supervisor of a recovery who's offsite.
Supervisor, right? But see, right. But if you're billing for them for its offsite, that you're a piece of shit and you shouldn't be in the business anyway.
Yeah.
But like, I go out to a call. I have to bill for my time. But let's start at the basics, right? My truck. I get a phone call. There's been an accident. My trucks roll out of the shop. Now, the information you get is I've got a semi on its side and it's up against the guardrail. We're not sure if it's stable or not. Get out here now and get this highway open. What am I going to do? Roll with one truck? No, I'm going to roll with every piece of equipment I've got, because I never know what the hell I'm going to run into, right? So you roll everything out there. Now I'm on scene. The guy in the flatbed tow truck, the guy in the heavy wrecker, I got a supervisor and I got a lumper, right? So the guy in the flatbed truck is going to do some blocking to make sure we've got an open lane. The lumper is going to set out the cones. My other guy's going to help me do some rigging, and then we're going to get this thing, set up and ready to go. Right. All of those guys have to get paid. Now, I didn't use the ramp truck on the flatbed tow truck. I didn't use it on scene, but he had to be there because I didn't know whether or not I needed it to offload or onload. Same thing with the skid steer or the telehandler that you bring. You don't know whether you need it. And if you don't bring it, the cops aren't going to wait for you to bring it. They're going to call the next guy in line, and you're not going to get the call the next time. So is it predatory that I bill for all of those things that I have to have in case? I don't consider it predatory. I consider it, I'm coming with the equipment to do a worst case scenario and offload that truck. So now job's all done. Everybody comes back to the shop.
So
what happens?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So now what happens is those 4 people submit time cards, invoices, case synopsis, whatever, pictures, photos. Now my staff in the office now creates the invoice, make sure all of the material that was used gets billed out, gets put back in, or reorders Speedy Dry or whatever it is, puts it back into stock. They also have to deal with the 13 phone calls from the driver who's crying because he wants his dirty underwear out of the back, or the insurance adjuster who wants you to send him pictures and he calls 19 times, or the claims adjuster who's above him who wants to talk, for 3 hours on the phone because his wife hates him. Where does all that time get built? And you laugh, but all this shit happens.
No, it's
every
true.
day.
100%.
So where do I bill for that line item? Right? How do I pay for that office staff? And so somebody said, well, just raise your rate on your truck. Okay, fine. That's cool. I'll raise my rate. So instead of being $1,000 an hour, it's going to be $3,000 an hour because I got to cover all the variables that I don't actually know what they are for every job. So I'm just going to make the bill as high, high enough to cover it down the line. Is that predatory? I don't know. You tell me.
And you got to rotate.
There's a lot more. We'll keep going, but go ahead.
You got to.
I'm all medium duty at this point. Like I'm 50 years old, man. I'm on the backside of this. So
we got a cop. So we were on rotation with New York State Police, right? When I was driving heavy wrecker, and we got a call for a Chevy Express 3500. Needed a heavy truck, right? They don't tell you year, make, model of the trucks either. They say, I need a heavy truck and I need a flatbed right now. We got to get this highway back open. You're talking about, we're I'm in the Albany, New York area. So we're in the Capital District. There's a lot of cars out on the road. That when all the traffic when 4 lanes are blocked because there's a wreck and only 1 lane is open, traffic gets backed up like crazy. So I'm heading to the call and I can't even get through. I sideswipe the car and the rotator as I'm heading to the call, and I get there, and it's a Chevy 3500 Express box truck. And I'm like, you called the heavy wrecker. I said, are you fucking kidding me? I'm like, I don't need this truck. I could have put this on another flatbed, a regular flatbed. And they called a flatbed too because there was another vehicle involved. So now I have to try to tow this thing away with a heavy wrecker. And I'm like, how do you want me to hook this up, bro? I don't have fucking wheel lifts. I got hooked.
You're short chaining.
Oh my God. You should have seen how I hooked this thing up. I picked the whole thing up with the lift and it just drove. Because the police were like, just get this damn thing out of here, bro. Do what you got to do.
Get it off the road.
Yeah.
Get
it out of here.
I'm glad that this is what you brought up first, bro. Because like we touched on this sometime back, man. When obviously the I can't remember the name of the company. I know you'll know exactly who it is, but those shit bags in Memphis is kind of really what kind of blew this whole thing up about 4 or 5 months ago. But everything that you just said, I think is what makes everybody feel it's predatory, and this is why. And you can correct me, but I believe the term is non-consent towing. And what it is that the drivers don't have a fucking choice. Like even if they just break down in the middle of the road, their alternator went out and they're just blocking a lane. Like it's whoever the cops or whatever calls, because most of the time these drivers are not from the area. They have to find and Google someone. And like you said, Dad and Ryan, like there are laws or regulations and parameters that say, hey, the highway has to be open within this amount of time. And that's where it becomes a thing, is because they don't have a say. And just like you just said, Dad, about all this equipment that you have to bring, you know, y'all got to admit, you got to look at it from a carrier's point of view, in the sense it's like, you know, well, hey, I'm not the fucking one that told you that you needed a heavy rotator truck. Fucking DOT did, the cop did. But me, the carrier, I'm the one that is on the line for that dumbass cop or that ambulance driver or that idiot four-wheeler who said, hey, I saw a truck wreck and called a wrecker. You know, it's like, I think that's where the issue really stems from, is because when it comes down to the day, you know, you as the tow company, you can't bill the state of Massachusetts for their fuck up and telling you to bring 15 pieces of equipment. You know, it falls back on the insurance company. And then, in as we say in the, well, it says everywhere, but as they say shit rolls downhill. And what I mean by that is, you know, hey, you know, DOT, you bring out, you know, your I know you're medium, but you bring out your rotator truck, your flatbed. I kind of find it funny that y'all also use the term lumper. I like that. I thought that was only a warehouse thing, but you bring out your lumper. You know, you do all of these things and you don't need it. And again, like I said, it's the driver who has to deal with all this stuff, you know, and you have to make money. I completely get it. You know, we talked about businesses all night tonight and financing and the cost to do business and shit. And like I said, you still got to pay those people. It's just, it sucks because the carrier's on it. And we all know, once you have that one big claim that your insurance company has to pay, it is a high likelihood. There you go. It is a high likelihood that insurance company is going to drop you, or your rates are going to fucking skyrocket for something that, yeah, it was your fault. The truck had to be called, but it's not your fault that a $2,500 tow turned into a $45,000 tow. You know what I mean? Like I think we can all agree is where the
let me go with that, because it's exactly what you just said. What you just said there, though, is a $2,500 tow turned into a $45,000 tow, right? So the biggest misconception right now is what that tow costs. $2,500. I'm not rolling a heavy out for $2,500.
No way.
So here's why. The truck, a brand new rotator is $1.2 million for the truck.
Not the chains and everything else.
Hey, DOT, hey, before you continue, bro, because hey, I want to hear everything you guys say. You're breaking up. Can you like maybe reconnect your headset or something? It keeps doing the like verbalization, vibrating kind of.
So what he was saying was the cost of the equipment is crazy high too, and the insurance the insurance that tow companies have to have as well is the same as insurance for carriers. Like it's very limited to what insurance companies will write for tow drivers. And then there's also, when you are recovering something, if the tow company causes more damage than what the insurance company saw in the pictures, because we have to document everything. When we get on scene, I take 100 pictures before I get on scene of anything, before I even think about touching that vehicle. And then we start the recovery when everybody gets there. And then also, if you get a state police call, you got an hour response time to be on scene. If it's after hours, I now have to get from my house to the shop, get the truck ran up, let the truck fill up with air, get it out, and then, get to the scene within an hour through traffic, because traffic's blocked. And if you don't make it, you can get pulled off the rotation and lose your next call. And it's crazy. And I worked for a company that here in New York, but our ownership was in Mass. So we had a couple other companies in Mass, but they didn't have Mass Turnpike Authority. So they only were in rotation with local cops. To be on to get on the Mass Pike, you have to have certain credentials. And if you don't have those credentials and that equipment, then you're not getting on there. So Like you got to pay the cost to be able to tow off the Mass Pike. And then like I went out to the Mass Pike and picked up a truck at the Lee Mass Service Center there. And it was a doubles FedEx. So I have to send a wrecker and a bobtail truck to tow the trailers because in New York State, you're not allowed to tow in combination more than 10 miles. So I can't tow that truck in combination if I have to split it. Sometimes I went on a call by myself where I had to go out with the tractor first, grab the drivers and the trailers. This was for Old Dominion. I grabbed the drivers and the trailers, brought the driver and the trailers to the terminal, went back with the tractor, dropped the tractor off, picked up the heavy wrecker, went back and got the tractor and brought that to Allison because that's where they wanted the service done on the truck was at Allison. So that was like an 8-hour day for me. And I got the call at 2:00 in the morning and then worked in 8 hours, So, and when I was a reefer driver, I didn't sleep long. When I was a tow truck driver, fucking naps like crazy, bro, because you never knew when you were getting that call. You take an hour nap when you can. And it's not like we're driving around in a rotator trying to find trucks that are parked on ramps to pick them up. No fucking way.
And Ryan, that was the other thing I wanted to touch on, right? So the first thing is $2,500 is not rolling out that truck. 1.2 million, another 50,000 in rigging and gear. Then you got to put a driver. Now, drivers for a CDLA driver in a heavy is probably in the $40 an hour range.
I was getting paid $45 an hour.
Yeah, for a decent one. To get a good one, you're going to pay them $50, $65 an hour.
But after hours, it was commission. Percentage.
Yeah, and it's commission after hours, right? So, so now you take that. Now, our workers' comp is $12 per 100. So for every $100 I pay you, I pay my workers' comp insurance $12, right? So you start adding the numbers up. Now, the other thing that they were bitching about in this stupid thing was headsets. And Ryan, I don't know if you guys had them, but
we had wireless headsets, yeah.
So these are special comms that talk to each other. So they're open mic, open
like
listening.
Like an NFL coach.
Like an NFL, right? They're open comms that you can talk to each other, but they can't interfere with any of the police frequencies, fire frequencies, highway frequencies, or anybody else. They're a dedicated headset that you need to communicate because I can't see every angle. Even with a remote, you can't see every angle of a pick and a lift. You need to constantly communicate with your team. And it is constant chatter that you can't interrupt emergency services with, right? So that comm set is $4,000. Well, that's what it was 8 years ago when I first bought it. I bet it's more. So that comm set is probably $4,000 to $6,000 for 4 headsets. Now, if I break one, I got to buy another one, and it's probably going to cost me $1,500, $2,000 to buy a new one, or replace the batteries because they sit in the box, they don't get charged, they get beat up, they get the shit kicked out of them, whatever. So people were bitching that they were billing for the headsets. And they said, well, the reason why we're bitching is because you buy them and you use them over and over. Why are you billing me for it? And my response to that is simple. I use it on your job because I have to, because it's part of the job. But what about the guy tarping a load? The guy tarping your load charges you to tarp the load, and he doesn't throw away his tarps, and he still charges you. And it's not the same. It's not the same. No, it's exactly the fucking same. That's exactly what happens. So you're using these headsets because you have to, because you can't hear shit with all the motors running and all the cop sirens or whatever else is traffic. You can't hear nothing. It's a safety issue. You have to have them. So that's a line item. Why? Because the insurance company wants to know that. They want to know what their line items are. Now, there's a big difference between I broke down on the side of the road and I need to get towed, or I died in the middle of a freeway and I'm blocking traffic. Okay. So there's a major difference between those two. Now, if you're a guy who's driving down the road and your truck starts slugging and you're like, fuck it, I'm going to hold it to the floor and see how far I can get, and you break down in traffic, I have no sorrow for you. Good for you. You're going to pay whatever you pay. But if you were smart enough and you got the thing off the road, away from the fog line, as far over as you could before it died, and then you get off the road and then it died. Okay, great. You're gonna call your terminal. You're gonna call your company. You're gonna go through Google. Call me. I'll find you a guy. I don't care. Call my phone. I mean, you can find me. I'm on the internet. Come find me. I'll call a guy. I'll make a contact for you. But like, you have options there. You can negotiate price a little better because again, they're coming out with a big heavy truck, knowing they're going to tow your tractor with 40,000 pounds in the trailer, 80,000 pounds in the trailer. They're going to know your air cans broke because you told them. They're going to know that you just spit a belt, whatever it is. You can negotiate that better than you can if you're a dummy and keep driving and let your brakes catch on fire. Or the thing with Zay, he parked his truck, that Zay, the truck driver, I commented this morning on his thing. He parked his truck because there was snow and he didn't feel like driving in it because he didn't want to wreck his truck. Don't be a hero. Don't think that you got the biggest wank in the thing because you drive a hood. Park the fucking thing and wait for the snow to go away. You know what I mean? Like, be safe and you won't have to call a predatory wrecker. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. And when you break down on the side of the road, right? If you break down at 9 p.m. and you get off the road and you're not in a lane, you wait until 7 a.m. when everybody's back in the office, the rate drops by $600 an hour. If you just wait until the morning, it's not like I got a call for a guy who had a blown dual tire on a Cintas van, right? So like the laundry cleaning service had a blow rear tire, right? Calls for a tow truck. So I go out there with a heavy wrecker and I get there. How am I going to tow your truck if you got a blown rear tire? I can't tow your truck with a blown tire. We got to get road out here. So now you're going to pay for every hour that I'm here with this heavy wrecker so that road service can come and fix your tire, and then I can tow you, And the guy's like, well, why can't you change the tire? Because I didn't come with tires.
I'm a tow truck, not a tire truck. Yeah.
Like, you should have called road service. They could have fixed your tire and you could have been home already, bud. But now you have to wait for road service to finish the call that they're on now because you had to wait for me to get here. And he wasn't on a call when I was dispatched, and you would have been the call before the call that he's on. But now you have to wait for him to finish that call to come to this call. And you're paying for every road flare because they only last for 35 minutes. So you're paying for every road flare I put up because every 35 minutes I'm putting up new road flares because I'm not getting ran over.
Right. Yeah. And that's the other thing, right? Imagine, people, why does it cost so much? I will ask any one of you truck drivers who say you paid too much for a tow to go stand on the white line wearing a safety vest, stand on that white line at night in the fog, and you tell me how long you fucking last. Yeah. Because I guarantee you're going to shit your pants and you're going to call your mommy crying, sucking your thumb.
I used to hold
that every day, all day.
I used to hold the 15/16 deep socket in my hand for when a truck driver was dozing off. I throw it right through his fucking windshield if he don't move over.
Pocket change. Yeah, I do it with pocket change. I throw up a handful of pocket change.
Yeah. Move over, bro. I want
to get your input on this because when I was reading through some of the articles and journalism and reading comments and all this other stuff on social media about this, is that aside from the the predatory part, or one of the things that they said makes it predatory is that in a lot of industries there is a standardized fee schedule. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, I get different states, and insurances and all that type of stuff, but that was an argument that I had seen some people make, hey, we need to do, just like with other industries, maybe there needs to be a standardized fee schedule. So at least carriers and drivers understand, hey, if this is what happens, this is the likelihood of what this is going to cost or whatever, not talking about an accident, because obviously, an accident, you can't do anything about that. But that was something I had read about, man. What is your thoughts on that? Do you think that could be done at any level across your industry, Dad?
So here's the thing. How many of you ever ran a semi up to Massachusetts or New England? And how much did they pay coming out of Massachusetts?
Shit.
fucking shit, right? New England doesn't pay shit coming out because there's no freight, right?
Yeah.
So what happens when you get into an area of where there's one heavy wrecker for half the state, which happens because there are areas that it doesn't. Again, who can afford a $25,000 a month payment to have it sit, right? So standardizing it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The other reason it doesn't make sense is I have brand new equipment. I like new equipment because it doesn't break down. It's easier to maintain. And every 2 years, I try to rotate out trucks. Now, with that said, somebody who's got an old piece of shit down the road, he doesn't have the same insurance I do. He probably doesn't have insurance at all because there's a guy in my town that runs around doing $75 tows and doesn't have a lick of insurance, and his truck's not inspected, and he hasn't been registered in almost 7 months.
I wonder if that's the guy you posted pictures of the other day.
You like that shit? Yeah.
That shit was funny as fuck, bro.
And this is why I do what I do, right, with that posting. Or like the guy with the two car hot shot with 2 freaking Isuzu cab overs on it. What are you fucking doing? That's a 12,000 pound trailer. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I do the shit I do, because it drives me crazy that I spend all this money to have the best insurance, the best vehicles, the most highly trained drivers, whatever it is, to make sure that you're taken care of as my customer, the best dispatch software, whatever it is, phone systems. But yet the guy down the street can have no fucking insurance and do it for $75, and I'm an asshole because I charge $125. Cheap, but I have to because they'll call that fucking asshole every time.
$125 is cheap for medium duty.
Well, the regular car stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's medium's definitely more. It's medium's $225 an hour port to port, right?
That's pretty good.
But
I think here it's $75. $75 pretty much for anybody for like an in-town tow for a car. So, but I live in a small ass town or a smaller place in Texas. So,
yeah, but even out there in Texas, the trucks aren't that close to each other, right? Because your cities in Texas are so far. No,
coincidentally, let me tell you this, bro. Let me tell you this. There, dude, probably within a couple of miles of me, there's 3 tow companies. One of them is for sure heavy duty. And I mean, dude, I don't know. It's crazy. Where I live in Central Texas, I'm near a major interstate, but like where I live, we're like 20 miles off the interstate. So it's not a lot, but it is crazy the amount of fucking heavy duty tow companies in my area, dude. And I mean, it really is like matter of fact, I don't know if they're still open. We actually have here, we used to have, I'll have to see if they're open, but a place that built custom heavy duty tow trucks that was here and shit. And so, yeah, it's quite, believe it or not, it's quite weird how many tow companies there are around here, man. It is a highly competitive business around here. And it kind of, now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, how the fuck do all you people stay in business? Like, because there's a lot of you.
Well, but that's the thing, right? So if they think that setting rates is going to reduce predatory towing, what it's going to do is it's going to put all the legitimate businesses out of business, or they're going to merge and go down to less trucks, less manpower, easier to operate.
Rates go back
business
up.
Models. And the rates are going to go through the fucking roof.
Yep,
but what it's also going to do is you're going to have scabs in these leeches are going to come out of the woodwork. Look at double brokering, right? So the more restrictions you put on the regular broker, the more the double brokers pop up, because they don't give a shit about the law. They don't give a shit about insurance requirements. There was one on 495 that shut down the highway yesterday. It was a scab tow truck towing Copart shit, which is after they get in the wrecks, they tow them from the tow yard
to the Copart, man.
Scrap yard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he was towing a Copart, but it was a Ford Focus wagon, and he picked it up by the rear wheels, and he was towing it at highway speed with the front wheel drive on the ground in neutral. So what happened? The fucking transmission got so hot that thing caught on fire and burnt to the ground right on 495 in the middle lane.
I never would have thought about that shit, bro. That's why you're the professional, bro. Because I'd have just picked it up as I could have picked it up. Telling you what.
When you tow a tractor, you got to take the drive shaft out because those aluminum trannies.
I've seen that, dude. Yeah. I have wondered about that. Like I've seen that. Like people, like drivers, take the fucking shaft out. I'm like, bro, why don't you go through all of that shit, man?
And Freightliners are the fucking worst, bro. The worst drive shafts to take out of the Freightliner. Fuck you and your Freightliner drive shafts. I'll rear hook that bitch every single time. I'll turn it around in the middle of the interstate.
Yeah, right in the middle of the interstate. Yeah. So a friend of mine just he got a claim from the insurance company for a Volvo I-Shift because he pulled it from the center lane. He hooked onto it, tractor and trailer, hooked onto it from the front, picked it up, put it neutral, pulled it into the breakdown lane. And they came back and said, Volvo says 16 inches that it can ruin, you move it 16 inches without having the motor running, you can ruin the transmission. So guess what? They're suing him for a transmission. It didn't hurt the transmission. It was probably a piece of shit, and he said the thing had over 800,000 miles on it.
Oh, yeah.
So the thing was probably on its fucking last leg anyways. But now he's got to pay for an I-Shift to be put in by Volvo because they say Volvo says that 16 or 18 inches, whatever the hell it was, will ruin the I-Shift without pulling a shaft, without having the truck running.
Bro,
so how do I bill for that? How do I every time you get fucked like that, you've got to now figure out, in Janelle's world, right? I got to have another friggin' bank account for the oh shit.
Mm-hmm. There you go, Janelle. The oh shit bank account, the sixth account, Janelle.
Yeah. Fucking sixth account, the oh shit
Corey,
account.
Right here on the Logistics Lounge, the oh shit bank account.
Yeah, you heard it hit first. Yeah.
Dude, hey, before you move on,
what do you do?
I want to say I didn't get to say this, but earlier, because Brian said this a few times, and so his dad down there. We have now coined a term. Me as a broker, all you carriers out there, when you're negotiating, the phrase that you need to say is Janelle said. Like, Brian, you said this. Like, I'm gonna start using that. Driver's gonna be like, man, I need $50. I'm like, look, man, Janelle said that I can't do that. Like, I'm like, who the fuck is Janelle?
Yeah. Right. So here's the deal. If you call me for a tow and you say Janelle said I only have this much money in my X account, then we'll talk about a deal.
So so there's special sockets that you need to take those drive shafts off too, right? 12 points.
Yeah.
And just that socket set from Matco or Snap-on or any of the tool trucks, $750. And then you need the ratchet.
Just for the socket set.
Yeah, that's just 4 sockets. 4 sockets. $750. Then you need a fucking ratchet to use to take them off.
I got a $100 DeWalt grinder sitting in the garage. Take care of that real quick.
Yep. Then you try to buy new bolts for the drive shaft in when you drop the truck.
Well, and that's another thing, right? Is I stopped putting drive shafts back because, I put the onus on the garage that's repairing it because there's torque specs are so crazy and wild that now I got a shutter in my drive shaft. Yeah, well, sorry, buddy, it's not my problem. I didn't put it back in. Go shit in your hat. And I've had to fight those claims.
When you put it back in, I actually towed a truck and they tried calling back to our shop saying that his drive shaft fell out because I didn't put it back in the right way. So when you put it back in, you have to use Loctite and torque it down to the correct foot-pounds. And now a torque ratchet. That's another.
And you want to pay me $2,500? Yeah, you want to pay me $2,500 for that though? Now, this is why the prices get out of control, right? I mean, just an example, like I had a Ford F-750 Ram truck. It's a 2-car that you'd see every day, tow truck, flatbed. That truck in 2019, I paid $98,000 with all kinds of extras, remote control, extra toolboxes. I mean, you name it, I added it to that truck. $98,000. I bought my new Mac last year with 1 toolbox, no remote control, $141,000 for the same fucking truck. Basically, the same tool. I now paid $141,000 for the same truck. So prices are through the roof. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. So prices are through the roof on the equipment. The insurance is. I mean, my insurance went up 17%, 18% this year. For no reason. I haven't had a claim. I've never had a claim because I'll pay them out of pocket. But yeah, that's a fucking heavy. I love that one. There you go. But yeah, and so you just all the expenses are so through the roof that the mindset that people have that it should only cost this. Well, that's a mindset. That's not the reality of it. That's not what actually happens. So I don't know. It's gonna be crazy when pulling up. Yeah, there you go. What do you hooked onto there on the back of a tractor? Yeah. Now here's another one. There's an air dam. There's an air dam on the top of that one. All these new trucks with all the fucking side wings and all that shit. You don't remove those, they're not going to be there when you get there. So
when you tow the Freightliners from the back, that they have a bar thing now that you can use that you can put over. It's pretty cool, but it's expensive. But a lot of Freightliners with sleepers, you couldn't tow them from the back because of those fairings. They'll blow right off trying to go down the highway. But I mean, to take the drive shaft off of those Freightliners was absolutely ridiculous. I almost got a drive shaft right in the jaw because you got to get the tension off of the drive shaft so that it's spinning freely. And I got a big belly, so one time a truck lost all its air because there was a tree across the road, and this was a tanker truck, and it actually the tree across the road busted the fuel tanks on the truck too. So the fire department was there as well. And NCON had to come, and NCON had to evaluate if it was if we cleaned it up enough. And you got to pay for all that. We had, I think it was like 800 pounds of Speedy Dry because the truck hit the tree in such a remote location. There was no way that we were making it there in time to stop the flow of the fuel. I towed a truck. The fuel filter blew off the truck while he was driving down the road. He had a line of diesel about 10 miles down the fucking interstate. And he was like, just stop moving. I can't go any further. I go, well, you're missing your fuel filter, bud. Your truck ain't getting no fuel.
And to go back to that, Pedro, to circle back to your question is, can we fix the rates, right? How do you fix, my cost is not your cost, right? Your cost to run your lane is not Ryan's cost to run his lane, right? So if your two costs aren't the same, how do you expect the towing companies to be the same? And so how do you fix costs? So, all right, cool. Let's fix the cost of the tow trucks. All right, now I'm going to tell you both. You're both running the same lane. You both can have $1 a mile, and you're both going to look at me like, well, but wait, I need $1.50 or I need $2. Well, no, sorry, we got to fix it. How is that? How is regulation good for anybody? It's just going to bring more predatory towing out because more of these assholes are going to hit the road.
Well, I think it will backfire too. It's going to be more wait time. The service is going to go down. Why do you need to provide excellent service if you're going to get paid the same as someone that's doing shitty service?
Right. And back to Ryan's point about OIDA, which I think is hilarious that OIDA's and this Ryan Loki dude are pushing this thing so hard. I think it's hilarious. All of us heavy drivers are CDLA guys. We're all owner-operators of CDL licenses. We're all CDLA drivers. So aren't you supposed to be out for the CDL drivers? Isn't that your mission is to help us?
And in New York, you also have to have a towing endorsement on your license to operate a tow truck too. So you have to have an extra endorsement on your license. And then, like I said, with the Mass Turnpike, to tow off the Mass Turnpike, you have to go to school every year. You have to take a refresher class every year to be able to tow off the Mass Turnpike. And then now a truck breaks down that's hazmat, right? Do you have a driver who has a hazmat endorsement to be able to go pick that truck up? I had a hazmat endorsement. That's why I was able to get,
Damn, I never would, dude. Those are so good fucking points. And I agree with Janelle, man, on the what's going to happen if you standardize stuff. And I don't have any skin in this game, brother. I don't know shit about towing. All I know is it's an extremely dangerous job, and I'm sure y'all have a lot of expenses. I'm just, going over the things that I've seen, people come back at with the drivers and stuff. But I know that both of you are Yankees, so I hope you don't get mad at me for saying this, okay? But I love how Janelle said that about, well, if everyone's getting paid the same, what do you have? What incentive do you have to do anything? And that's kind of my thing when I talk about unions. Is like, if you're all getting paid the same, what incentive does anyone really have to go above and beyond and do the job the real way that it needs to be done? But I could see how the standardized thing would be bad, and it could lead to further predatory stuff, because if we're standardizing rates on one thing, me immediately as a business owner, I'm gonna think of some other stupid shit that is not standardized. I'm like, man, I had to use this $500 Bic pen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna find stuff that is not standardized. You know what I mean? Be like, I had to use this 5,000 sheet of notebook paper. $1 piece of notebook paper here to write up your invoice.
This is fine stock paper right here. It ain't
fine stock paper.
like he was saying, the people who ruin it, the people that ruin the industry are the guys who aren't doing it the right way, right? Like the guys who are doing it illegal. And that's the same in the trucking industry, right? I mean, there's a lot of drivers, there's a lot of owner operators who are running outlaw, right? And running, outside of hours of service. And it really, the one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. And the guys who are doing it right, it costs them more money because the guys who are fucking it up are fucking it up, So it's like, the guy who's running a 1967 heavy wrecker should not be getting the same rate as a guy who's running a 2023 Kenworth with a drop axle and a 60 ton or 120 ton NRC who polishes his rims every day. Like, as a tow truck driver, when we weren't operating the tow truck, we were cleaning that thing. Like, it was like a fireman. Like when firemen get back from a fire and they're not at a fire call, they're there polishing their trucks and they take care of their trucks. And that's why the trucks look so nice. Like, we have the New York State Tow Show up here in Lake George. I don't know if you've ever been over to it, DOT, but it's a hell of a show. And there's some nice trucks that go there, and they have like a whole light show at nighttime where all the trucks turn their lights on, and it's in like this park, and it's you say that like a lot of people say like truck driving is a lifestyle. Towing is even more of a lifestyle. Like, it's not for everybody. And if you weren't, a lot of guys are born into it. Like their dads, their grandfathers, somebody was a tow driver before. And when I was a kid, we had family friends that were in the industry, and I always was fascinated by tow trucks. So when I came off the road, I was like, I'm going to go do this because I have the towing endorsement. I have my hazmat endorsement. I can help a company out, but I mean, it's super competitive with in our area as well, because in a 10-mile radius, we have 6 companies that have 120 ton rotators. But the best jobs were when you had like those the heavy haul guys that needed a lift, and you went and rigged it for them, as if you were a crane, and you use the rotator for that too.
And that's the thing is most of those big trucks sit, right? So think about that. You've got a $1.2 million payment plus the insurance plus the driver, and that truck sits more than it runs. So you have to find other ways to try to make a few bucks, like rigging and craning when you get to the bigger stuff. But the reality is, you're making a payment every month.
I did.
You're not always making it back.
We did transports too. So we would pick up from like brand new trucks from the Freightliner dealership and bring them up to Plattsburgh. They were going to Canada, but they had bought the trucks from Freightliner, and Freightliner would deliver them they would come on a road train, right? Where you had the trucks all stacked together. You would go over the day before and lift them all apart. And then the next day we would bring, 3 heavies over there, hook all to those trucks and tow them up, because you couldn't tow them in combination. So, and then when we got up to Plattsburgh, they would put them back together, and they attached a car to the last one and then drove it across the border.
Yeah, Pedro, it's like a Mexican road train.
I know exactly what he's fucking talking about, dude. Because it does. You see him coming down through Texas, bro. It's. Oh my god, it's so funny. It's a Mexican road train. That's so fucking hilarious.
Yeah, coming out of Coparts with the Mexican road train.
Bro, you do. You'll see. you always have like the one vehicle at the end, and it's like either a truck or an SUV, and it's got all the fucking parts in it for all the vehicles that's being towed.
Spare tires and shit. Yeah.
My favorite ones are when they go and they get the box trucks, and then they shove like one or two cars in the box truck, and then they're towing like two cars behind it. It's like, dude, hey, next time I'm gonna roll my window down. I'm like, I need to see your tow operator's license.
Yeah, crazy. And like it's weird things like hydraulic license, right? You would think, what is a hydraulic license? Well, in Massachusetts, you have to have a hydraulic license to run a forklift, to run a tow truck, to run anything that pumps hydraulic fluid.
Really?
So you have to literally go to the state. Yeah, you have to go to the state and get a license, and it's called the hydraulics license. Skid steers, telehandlers, all that stuff has to have a license. So again, it's just when you tell me that it's predatory for price, you lose me. I'm gone. I'm out. But
I think it's different in every state. Up here in the Northeast, we have a lot of restrictions. But
don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. I would hate to own a business in the Northeast. I would. Like, oh my fucking God, I would hate to own a business in the Northeast.
I feel bad for DOT because
Thanks, Janelle.
Bye,
Janelle. Have a great night.
Out there in Mass, it's even worse because you have a lot of there's a lot of low bridges in Mass. If you get off the pike, there'll be a low bridge right away, and you have no idea. Like, it's horrible how many low bridges are in Mass. It's bad.
Oh, it's not. It is believable. I've been up there. I'll tell you, I didn't mind going to the Northeast as a driver, but it is. I would say that I would assume that business is pretty fucking good for you up there when it comes to drivers not from the Northeast, bro. Because man, dude, if you were not a seasoned driver, bro, oh my God. The first piece of advice that my trainer ever gave me is, he said, as a driver, you never drive, or as a CDL operator, he's like, dude, never take a parkway. He's like, if it has the word park or way in it, you don't do it. Interstates only. Yeah, it's like interstate, bro. Hey, dude, we had a guy, man. This one I worked for Lisa Motor Lines. They were a subsidiary of FFE. So it was me and this guy, dude. We're going up, and I'll never forget. It was Cactus Meat Market. We used to deliver to a bunch of their locations in New York and Connecticut. But we're going there, and this is right as GPS was coming out, dude. You're talking like 2009, 2008, 2009, right as it was becoming a real big thing. And this guy, we're on the CB, and he's like, hey, man, my GPS just said that this will be shorter. And like, we're driving down the road, and I was like, what? He goes, dude, this exit 2 miles up. And I was like, bro, that's a parkway. And he was like, yeah, so my GPS says. I was like, dude, like, I don't know what you were told, but I was told if you're a truck, do not go on a parkway. Like, it's like a saying, hey, this is not what you need to do. And he's like, no, man. He's like, it's a highway. I can see it. I can see it on my GPS. It's a 4-lane highway. I was like, all right, bro. Well, I'll see you there. I never saw him there. Never saw him there, dude. He made it. He got off the parkway. I think he made it. He didn't even make it an exit because, dude, everything on a parkway is like 10-foot fucking clearance. Dude, he got off that shit. Yeah, bro. Oh my God. Yes. I bet you make a killing with stupid motherfuckers up there, bro.
Well, I mean, you know what I wish? I wish I had Sturo Drive, and if you Google Sturo, STROW. You got
to get off your Bluetooth. Hey, can you use like are you on your phone, bro?
Yeah, well, I'm on the laptop. Yeah, let me see.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. It's like it's reverb and super, super bad.
Yeah, I turned off that stupid setting here. I'll go back in and change it. But yeah, that's probably why. Because let me go back to audio.
I just want everybody to hear you, bro. Like we've never had a tow guy on, man. I'm interested in tow shit, man. I really fucking am. I applied to be a tow operator one time, dude, and the guy, like, he asked me all these questions. I was like, yeah, I have no idea. And he was like, man, he said, dude, he said, I had a CDL and he was looking for a CDL truck tow operator. I had no idea, man. He came in there and he asked those questions and he was like, brother, he's like, I'm not trying to be mean. He's like, but you are not fit to be a tow truck operator. He's like, just because you have a CDL, dude, because I did. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something, man. And I know Ryan and Dad can attest this, bro. That, dude, you would not think that geometry and physics come into play. Bro, hey, I'm gonna tell you, dude. It when this guy interviewed me, he fucking showed me diagrams, and there was a thing. He said, okay, he said, here is your rigging. How would you do this? And bro, like he gave you like 5. Like I did pass 3 of them, but I was just like, hey, that's kind of common sense physics. Like, you know, you can't pull it up. You got to put a rigging and run it down so that way it fucking properly pulls forward. But
you know how many times drivers didn't know how much weight was in their trailer, though? I'm like, bro, how much weight you got? Oh, I don't know. Give me your BOL because I don't even trust you what you got to say. I need to see your bills.
Yeah.
Give me your bills.
Right.
Because I need to know how much weight is in here because I need to know what chains and what straps to grab right now. Because I got a ton of chains and I got a shit ton of straps in here. I had a guy from Canada. He came down, right? I go, dude, what happened? He goes, it was stop and go traffic. He goes, I go, you mean traffic was stopped and you were still going? dude was so worried about his cat in his truck, bro. Canadian driver. He had 5 rolls of paper in his truck that weighed 45,000 pounds. He slammed on his brakes so hard that the rolls of paper came through the nose of his trailer and into his sleeper, bro. Into his sleeper. I'm like, bro, how fast were you going? He was like, it was stop and go traffic. I go, yeah, that's why you got a 600-foot skid mark here, right? Because it was stop and go traffic. So happy he didn't hit nobody else. Nobody was hurt. But that was an 8-hour recovery with a rotator, 2 heavies, a bobtail, a road service truck, an aero board, and we had to cut the whole top of the trailer out to be able to lift the rolls of paper out with the rotator and put them on a landau so that we could get the paper out of there. And then after, they didn't even want the paper.
That paper's trash, dude. Paper's one of the most like compliant.
So that
filled to get rid of it. So we got to charge for that too, and the storage of it for you to figure out what the fuck we're doing with this paper.
So that's the other thing, like that was in that article. I don't know if the headset's any better now. I tried to put in the settings again.
You're coming in crystal clear.
And the other thing is, I think when I sit close to the laptop, that might do it. It might backfeed it. But so I think one of the things that they talk about in the articles is the truck driver now basically once the truck gets towed from a scene, the verbiage they use is like the towing company holds it hostage.
Yeah.
How the fuck am I getting paid?
Yeah. Another thing was we couldn't accept credit cards because drivers would pay with credit cards and then
cancel
the credit card company and say that it was a fraudulent charge.
Yep. Exactly.
As someone who's had my vehicle towed a few times, they would take my ID. They would take card, but they would take all my personal information.
I want to tell you about a
and
situation.
Then we got to bring the driver to the hotel room too. So I got to be a taxi cab driver as well.
So a lot of tow trucks won't even let you ride with them anymore.
Nope.
I'm going.
I've gotten a few rides from cop cars.
I have a situation that I'm going through right now for the 3rd time. Going through for the 3rd time. Luckily enough for me, it is my 3rd time, and I understand what the process is because the carrier is absolutely losing their fucking mind. So I had a guy. He's doing a loadout for me. If y'all don't know what that is, like I have a customer. They have a brand new trailer. It is going from the manufacturer to their facility. I hire a truck driver who I pay them a fee, and then they can use that trailer to put loads in and then drop it off to where it needs to go. So the guy broke down. I think it was funny enough. I bet you do a lot of these tows. His fucking DEF system messed him up. Dude broke down the side of the freaking road, right?
That's 15 easy.
Yeah, and dude, they called a tow truck. He was one of the smart ones. The stuff, he knew what was going on. He pulled over, was able to find someone that could tow them, at an affordable rate and do all this stuff. But he had a trailer attached to him, and the truck had to go to a shop. Well, when they went to the shop said, "Hey, we can't get to this for 2 days, and we can't have 75 feet of fucking truck and trailer sitting here in our lot." So obviously the truck doesn't work. So the tow truck driver had to call out another truck. They had to detach the tractor, pull the trailer off, and then one tow truck had to stay there and deal with the semi truck, and then the other one took the trailer back to their tow yard. Now, my driver goes to go pick up the trailer, and the tow company's like, "Yeah, sorry, we can't give you that. We need all this information." And specifically, it was a letter of release from the owner of the trailer.
Because it's a loadout.
Yeah, but dude, the trailer, it's a Swift trailer. That's a customer that I do with. I help them move trailers from their manufacturer facilities. Yeah. And so obviously, this tow truck, when they hooked up to the guy's thing, like, hey, this guy doesn't work for Swift, they're doing their thing. The tow truck or the carrier loses his shit on this tow operator. Man, you literally took, it was, from what the carrier said, it was the same fucking guy that literally looked him in the face and took the trailer off his truck back to the tow yard. And he goes off on him. He's like, "Man, you fucking literally you were right there and pulled this off me. You and I talked. You know that I have the right to have this trailer." And the tow comes like, "Hey, man, look, I understand that, but this is how shit works. If for all I know, you could have stolen this trailer before I even hooked up to you." You know what I mean? And right. And the tow bill, I don't know, dude, it was $975 for the trailer and the storage fee for one night. And I was like, that actually doesn't sound bad. I think he told him I think they towed the trailer 30 something miles, 40 miles from the shop back to the yard and shit.
2 hours, and, 2 hour minimum on labor. So that's 2 hours.
That's a 2 hour when he told me, dude, and the reason I say it's fair is because the last time I had this shit done, I feel I was a victim of predatory towing. But I'll tell you that in a second. But the carrier's freaking out, man. He's calling me saying, "Hey, man, these fucking guys are going to steal your trailer. They're not giving me stuff back. Dude, we need to call the cops." I'm like, whoa. No, we don't. I said, all we need to do is I need to call my customer. They're going to fucking do an LOR, which is a letter of release. They're going to just say, "This is our shit." The tow company is going to say, "We need it sent to this email with all of these people in the email." Once I do that, and you pay them $975, the trailer's going to get released. No, man, I've been to, long story short, 15 fucking minutes, I had that trailer released, bro. Carrier's calling me.
And yeah.
So in the
but that goes back to it too.
The layers
that kind of goes. Sorry, Ryan.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So that goes back to what I was talking about earlier, is the liability, right? Yeah. Because if we release that trailer and Swift calls and says, "What the fuck?" Because you sent Johnny over there to pick up the, as the broker, you call and say, "Hey, Johnny, help me out, go grab this trailer." Turns out Johnny double brokers it to fucking Felipe. Now what? Now the Swift trailer's gone, and I'm the asshole who let it go. They're coming at me for that trailer. They're gonna hit my insurance. So I get it. Luckily, I'm glad you had that experience and see it. But I don't know how to push it on this thing, but 50. If you can look up 50 Margin Street in Hyde Park, HYDE Park in Massachusetts.
Yeah. Are you doing it, Hunter?
I couldn't really hear it.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what his happened to his thing.
Was it 15 Hyde Park?
50 Hyde Park.
No, 15, 15 in the chat.
Margin Street, Hyde Park, Mass. That's in the chat. And look at the size of this tow line. Now this is a guy who does heavy, and he's on the Massachusetts State Police rotation. You think this guy wants your trailer there any longer than he's got to? Wait till you see the size of this fucking lot. He doesn't want it there more than 10 minutes. So when you guys are talking about oh, we want to steal your shit, right? So he's got the long
I think it's.
You think he doesn't want your fucking trailer there.
I think it's the top part, Rob, or Hunter, whoever's controlling that.
No, yeah.
That's me, bro.
Yeah, dude, that is a tiny little
right
lot.
there.
I mean, look, shit, them trucks can't even hardly fit in
bro.
there.
You want to see? You want to
It's
see?
like one of them
Like,
games.
that's like a.
It's like one of those little games where you like move the cars around to get them out of the parking lot, you know, on your phone. Like,
Fuck yeah, right?
yeah.
You think that's a small one?
That's a Boston-based tow company, and he runs heavy, and so he doesn't want your fucking trucks there, right? He doesn't want your shit in his yard. He wants you to get it out of there as fast as you can. Yeah, try to get in there too. That's another one. Yeah, but
You think that's a
charge
small
you
one?
hundreds.
Bro,
I mean, it's not a storage yard; it's a tow lot. Like, get shit figured out.
That's a storage.
dude, look at that though. Look how small that shit is.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Look.
No, look up.
Bro, look how fucking small. I can see like.
Go look at our tow lot that we had.
Damn, dude, bro, damn. You would be. How the fuck could you even back? Look at this.
And they're
Like,
blocking.
imagine trying to
the
back up. Dude, if these cars are here, you ain't backing shit. You ain't backing shit in that lot. You ain't backing nothing in there.
Look at our tow lot, Rob. I dropped the
That's
address
nuts,
in there.
dude.
The tow company I worked for.
I'm doing it right now, bro.
Our lot is to the so.
Oh my god.
See where our rotator is? That's
Holy
our lot.
Fuck.
Look, we got to park a truck in the street. See the one in front of the building?
Jesus Christ.
That's our rotator in the middle. That's our medium to the right, and that's our landau there. And then our tractor. That's it. That's our lot. We don't want shit in there.
Bro, you ain't look at that. Bro, and you put one more car here, and you ain't getting shit in there.
No. And then we got another lot.
Hey, is it just me? Look, it's just look. Look at this guy. How the
rate the strap work, bro. Rate the strap work.
Pogo sticks in the back.
Rate the strap work, bro. So we had another lot.
It does look like it.
Pogo sticks, a mini fridge.
Holy
like a
shit,
safe.
man.
That guy's prepared for anything.
Yeah, that was our garage
That
to
is
the right
crazy.
there. That's our garage, those bays. The only bays that we could put tractors in were the last two on the end. And then if you go up that side street that's directly behind you, there's another lot up there, but it's a small lot as well. You got to walk
That's
up the
nuts,
street here.
bro.
See that fenced-in yard up there to the top?
So this is in New York. Like, is it closer to like New York City or?
No, this is upstate New York, outside of Albany.
Upstate.
No, wrong way. You got to go the other way down the street. You'll see the armory. There's an armory on the corner there. That used to be the Cahoe's Armory.
Oh, an armory. Oh, I like armories. What,
Yeah,
what
it's
about
right
the
there.
hose?
Right there. That's the armory. To your right.
Look at how congested that street is alone, man. I bet car insurance in that neighborhood is through the roof.
It's a one-way
Bro,
street.
I wouldn't even want to try.
I'm saying,
Fuck
dude.
that,
Like,
dude. Hey, there is no.
Yeah.
Bro, you were taking up
Try pulling in there with a
this
rotator and no
whole
turn.
fucking thing.
Dad, tell him about the turn radius on a rotator, Dad. It's
You got 3 city blocks at an airport. I can turn one.
Bro, that fucking thing doesn't turn for shit.
You wanna know what I think is funny? What I think is funny about this picture is look. All right, see here, it's all fenced in, right? It's all fenced in. But you go around the block, no fence. No fence.
Yeah. He just
I thought that was funny, bro. Like you turn the block, there's no fence.
Bro, that's an armory and a guy lives in that whole armory.
I couldn't.
That's his house.
wow.
It used to be an armory and he bought it and it's his house.
Dude, you can see the plants and stuff right there.
Yeah.
Bro.
Dude lives in
Pretty
there.
little building,
It's pretty
though.
sick.
He collects mad like old game machines. He's got like old ass pinball machines and stuff in there. But if you go to the front of that armory and you take a left up that street, you'll see the rest of the lot.
Look at that building. That is fucking cool looking, dude.
That's the armory, bro.
Holy shit.
There's one that's
like a place you kidnap people to. That's what this looks like.
Bro, I told him that I wanted to buy it off of him and put something up in that tower up there. I'm not gonna say it on here, but
bro, that's pretty sick though.
So one of the things that
this microphone's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
DOT,
man. Can you go just straight through your computer audio?
Maybe his battery's dying. Maybe your battery's dying on that blue parrot, bro.
Yeah. It fixes it for a minute and then it like messes it back up again.
Yeah, I feel like I'm having a bad trip through half of that.
Let's see if let me go in and hold on. Can you hear me?
There you go. See, that's better.
Yeah. Fuck, I can't
How
hear
many
you.
viewers we got right now? Anybody on here? Nobody's.
They're tapping in, bro.
Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, you're coming in clear now. What'd you say, Ron?
There ain't nobody in the chat. Where's everybody at?
So the thing where that whole predatory towing thing started was there's a company out of Massachusetts called Recovery Billing Unlimited. And what they did is they basically designed a program to teach you how to bill for what you're actually using. So and again, tow truck drivers are no different, tow truck ops, whatever. We're no different than truck drivers, carpenters, electricians, right? We don't know what we don't know.
Is that the program made by Hampshire?
What's that?
Is that the program made by Hampshire?
No, it was actually a towing guy out of like Western Mass. I forget. It's called Recovery Billing Unlimited.
Okay.
So what happened was they rolled out this program and they started basically billing for what they were doing and what they needed to make. They actually learned their numbers, right? And that's basically what this program did, is taught you how to learn your numbers. So the insurance companies fucking hated it and actually sued him. Multiple insurance companies have sued him multiple times to try to shut him down. So now this dude's getting huge. Like I remember when he first came out, man, it was probably the late 90s, early 2000s. And everybody's like, screw you. You don't know what you're talking about. But now it's catching on. The dude's going to tow shows and selling out 2,000 seat conference rooms. So now all these tow ops are figuring out like, hey, I've been fucking myself all these years. I should be billing for what I'm actually doing. And I should be trying to make some money here instead of just trying to figure out how to make my next truck payment. So that's where it became an issue, because the insurance companies, now think of most mega carriers are self-insured, right? So they don't buy an insurance policy like you and me. They have a little slush fund that they send out and they use it to pay for whatever. They have Janelle's bank account, number 7 fucking to pay for it, right? So and that's the thing, right? Like they don't give a shit about you, the owner operator. They care that the megas are putting cash out of their pocket and hurting their bottom line. The insurance companies care that they're paying out of pocket and burying themselves. But the carryover is you spend so much money on, like, I can't tell you how many cars I've been stuck with over the years because nobody pays for them. Nobody shows up. Nobody picks them up. Nobody pays a dime. I just paid the driver. I paid the fuel. I paid the truck payment. I paid the insurance. And now I got nothing coming in. So now there's
driver to bring it back to the scrap.
What do you do with those? Can you just send them to auction house or
no? So in New Hampshire, right? In New Hampshire, it takes me almost 2.5 months to go through a paper process. So I have to apply to the state. The state sends me back the owner information or lien holder information. Then I got to send them a registered certified letter. Then I got to wait so many days for that to clear. Then I got to go another form to the state. Then after like 2.5 months, they send me the title. Well, a fucking scrap car is worth $200. Like, they know they got you by the balls. They're not going to give me any money because they know I'm a tow yard. But I technically have to auction them off. So I have to come in on a Saturday. I have to put fucking signs up. I have to take out an ad in the newspaper. All more money on a car I never got paid for. And if one guy shows up and says, I'll give you $100, I got to take it.
Oh, you have to do a personal auction? You can't like take, oh my God.
You can consign it to an auction, but I mean,
now I got to pay the auction fees.
You got to pay commission on the auctioneer, you know. But
so a car that I towed in for $125 or whatever, $200 on a wreck or whatever it is of a car. We're not talking big rigs. We're talking cars, right? A couple $100 off an accident. I now have lost the driver, the fuel, the auction fees, the paperwork fees, the time, the admin fee, all goes away. So where do you make that back? You know, that's where the price gets to be where people don't expect it to be, because if you're going to stay in business, you got to find a way to make all that back.
Yep. And
I would say you could open up a little side part shop, but then that would probably not look too good.
Yeah, and I got a junkyard out back. Right?
I missed part of this because my wife was asking me this question. So I think I understand what you were saying, but I just want to ask again because I want clarification. So are you saying, or were you talking about, like, you know, you went to an accident, you pulled a car in, like the car was a total loss, and so that's the situation you're talking about?
Yep.
Dad?
Yeah, and they didn't pay their insurance, or they lapsed.
If it's a total loss, you don't get paid for that shit.
No,
not if they don't have insurance.
Not if they don't have insurance. You know, or even I've had insurance companies tell me, "Fuck it, keep it."
Wow. No shit. And then because they just think, oh well, hey, he'll sell it and he'll get the money he's due, and obviously not knowing, you know, that like, hey, I'm going to sell this thing for $200. I've got $750 in fucking labor and diesel and you know, at whatever. And dang, that's
if they do have insurance, the insurance company will send a guy over to pick it up to bring it to Copart because they'll sell it to Copart.
Sometimes I've been stuck with them.
Yeah, sometimes you're stuck with them, and then you got to pay a driver to bring it to the scrapyard if you get stuck with them too. I've hauled multiple cars to the scrapyard, and you got to make sure there's no fuel in it and all this shit before you get to the scrapyard. It's ridiculous.
I can imagine.
Most of the time we cut the cats out before we sent it to the scrapyard because we had a guy that bought cats that gave us a little bit more money. So we would put it up on a lift, cut the cats out first before we brought it to the scrapyard, just to try to recoup as much as you can because you're already losing, you know. So you got to be able to try to. I mean, I wasn't in on the business side of it, but I know there's some days that I sat around in the shop because I wasn't a mechanic. I was a heavy driver. So some days I'd sit around in the shop and they had to pay me $45 an hour. So, you know,
I'm telling you what, I would have me an eBay store full of fucking random car seats and steering wheels and dash. Hey, when I drop that car off here, you're getting a fucking frame, buddy.
You can buy these. You can buy these cars and do it. There's a place called IAA, Insurance Auto Auctions.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and you can buy. I mean, in Copart has auctions and sells them too. You can buy these totaled cars at our IAA up here. When the hurricane came through and hit Long Island and flooded the shit out of Long Island in New York City, we had Maseratis, we had all kinds of exotic cars, Ferraris, everything. They were shipping them all up here because they all had water damage to the motors. So they saltwater damage because it was, you know, from the hurricane. So they weren't salvageable. And they were, you know, you could buy a Ferrari for like $800.
Yeah, fucking $800 paperweight. That's what that is.
I mean, it looks good.
One of them yard ornaments.
You get some glass doors on the garage. Everybody thinks you got a Ferrari, baby. Talk about clout, right? Got to get that clout.
So kind of coming back to like what Rob was talking about, you know, applying to be a tow truck driver. Is there like tow truck driver school, or like how do you even?
Yeah, so there's a company called Wreckmaster that does education for rigging and all that stuff, recoveries and stuff like that. The one thing that I never got into was the airbags. So they have airbags that you can put underneath the trailers and lift them up.
Fucking cool.
Yeah. They're pretty cool.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Oh yeah, lift and catch bags. So Google lift and catch bags for heavy wrecker. It's crazy.
Those things are fucking amazing, bro. I didn't know. I've only seen them used over in Europe. I didn't know we had those.
We have them here, but they're super expensive, and our company didn't have them.
Right. So have you ever you know what shock loading is? Have you ever seen somebody shock load a boom?
No, I don't know what that is.
So take this, the company out of Portsmouth, the guy he had a tow truck with the big boom on the top, the lift boom.
Yeah.
And when the truck rolled over, he didn't slack fast enough. So it basically pulled the cable at the same time. Yeah, Sava bags. There you go.
That's
he didn't release the pressure off the cables fast enough. So when it came, it actually pulled the cable and the stick that they go through, and it bent the stick. So he basically just took his tow truck and made it into a paperweight.
Yeah.
And that's just all that is a quick flick of the wrist on the stick to get it to come down. But he basically folded the stick in half and bent his frame up in the center. And that cost him almost $1 million to replace.
Was it NRC?
I don't remember. It's a big company, National Wrecker out of Portsmouth. Yeah, they're huge, man.
They're huge,
he actually did all the NASCAR shit too for a long time, but
yeah, they're huge. Yeah. I used Sherry Street when I was over there. I think they're down. They got some nice shit, bro. They got a huge shop too, but they're also a car hauler. Like they got car haulers, so they're like a carrier as well. But their shop is insane. I was on I-95 in Providence, and I called them. I was right over the border from Mass.
Yeah, Sherry's down by them. Yeah.
Yeah, they got some nice shit though. But they're cool. They're cool dudes.
Yeah, so, I mean, you got
I-95 in Providence, Rhode Island. I thought I was gonna die that day. That fucking traffic is crazy.
Every day, man. Every day.
Hey, what in for you, Dad? What is like a good experience level for a driver? Like, I mean, I don't know if in your field, if you can ever truly become a master, but like what is it? What do you feel it takes to, I guess, be a master? You know what I mean? Like, look at some shit and be like, okay, hey, this is going to take 2 fucking rigs, a flatbed. I'm going to need this guy here. I'm going to need this guy there, blah, 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 blah. Let's fucking go. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's time, man. It is time. Because, and here's the other one, like this whole narrative bullshit, right? Like, there's never 2 that are the same. You could put 2 semis, break them down at the same exact time right next to each other, and they're not the same.
Really?
Right? You could have a super single, you could have a double, you could have a Kenworth drive shaft, you could have a fucking Pete drive shaft, you could have a long nose, you could have a short nose, you could have deep forks, short forks. I mean, there's so many variations that you could literally break down 2 trucks next to each other, and they're 2 completely different builds.
So you gotta know these trucks inside and out. And
then you have to supply air to them to release the brakes.
Yeah.
Because if they don't have no air in their brakes, so we had airlines on the back of our truck, glad hands, just like a tractor does, to be able to supply air to the truck. So you got to tap into the air manifold, or tap into their air tanks, or tap into somewhere. And every truck had a different way that you had to tap it in. Like Freightliner M2s, you had to have a certain attachment that would hook on
different fittings,
the air tank, different fittings and shit. And most of the time, what I did was I just pulled out the drain plug out of your air tank, and I put my air in there, and so I could release the brakes, so I could tow that thing. Because if you don't supply air to it, you can't release the brakes.
Now, in the old days, you used to have to go around and cage every brake.
Yeah, I had the cage brakes before, because now if you have a broken air tank, now I have to cage all your brakes.
What does that mean? What is
on the brake chamber, there's usually a bolt. It's called a caging bolt. And what it does is you put this bolt in, and there's a socket on the back. And as you drive that socket in, it pulls as you drive the socket into the chamber, there's like a rubber thing on the top of your brake chamber, right, Rob? The rubber flap that comes out, and the caging bolt goes in there. And the caging bolt has like these 2 little flanges on it, and you got to lock that bolt in to the cage. And when you drive your bolt, your nut down the bolt, it pulls.
It opens. It's basically like when you do a test, when you do your brake test, and you stick a screwdriver in, you pull it, and you make sure it doesn't have too much slack in it. It's basically what you're doing is you're caging the brake open, or in that case, you're closing it, right? But you basically got to reverse that process and hold the brake open so it's not.
They're manually,
so
they're manually opening up the brake chambers and the cambers. So like when you supply air to a brake chamber, what it does is the air fills up and then it pulls the brakes apart. People think that air is what closes it. That's not what it is. It's the lack of air that sets the brakes. So when there's no air,
like
you go in, and he's right. And if you look under the back of a truck, there's what they call the brake chamber. It's a big old fucking bowl-looking thing or dish-looking thing, and that's what goes through the air, and the air goes through there, and it starts to release the brakes. You drive it, like he said, through there, and you're manually spreading the fucking brakes apart. I've never had to do that. But I have a buddy that had to on the side of the road. His trailer brakes locked up on, and his airline had fucked up. And he was just one of the guys. Luckily, he was mechanically inclined, and he was like, "Fuck this! I'm not calling a wrecker and getting paid $500 to come do this shit." So we did. Like we were on the phone. This is like 2010, and I was like, "Dude, what are you doing?" Because I could hear the traffic. He's like, "Oh, I'm sitting underneath my truck while 80-mile-an-hour traffic goes beside me on the side of the fucking highway, manually releasing my brakes." And I was like,
caging his brakes.
Hey, Hunter, if you ever cage your brakes, make sure the truck is hooked up to the tow truck first. Because
I'll be sure to do that next time I'm rigging up, man.
Once you cage the brakes,
it ain't no brakes. Ain't no brakes.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now, man. I see these little voltage talking about like these little. I'm gonna share my screen.
I mean, I'm glad like y'all are talking about this because I don't obviously I don't think a lot of
right here.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. There you go.
Goes right into there.
The can. That's where the caging bolt goes in. Yep, that's caging.
Yeah, you drive in there and it forces the brakes to open.
Those bolts weren't there because somebody else had already towed the truck.
Yeah,
and didn't put the caging bolts back. So now I got to search through my fucking tow truck for caging bolts because somebody didn't put yours back. And that's how you know somebody's been towed before if they're missing their caging bolts. And a lot of drivers go through their whole career and never been towed. And as a driver, when I was a heavy operator, I always tried to give them the experience of being in the tow truck, and because being in the tow truck we had a Kenworth, so we had all the. It wasn't like one of these plastic trucks where you don't have all the. It looks like you're in an airplane, right, with all the fucking dials and gauges and everything. There's way more things to look at than in a regular tractor because you got air pressure to every fucking thing. And if you lose it, then, you can't go nowhere. And then all the different lights that are on the truck for all different things. And,
Hey, how many different like motors and stuff do y'all have? Because I assume like y'all have, I don't know, I may be wrong, but I assume y'all got like a fucking PTO. I would think like probably on some of these larger, you got like a fucking generator to run power and lights and stuff.
Bigger air compressor so I can run an air ratchet right off of the fucking back of the truck.
Yeah. Dude, hey, I wish I could remember this show, man. I was watching this show for a while. It was a heavy recovery company in Canada.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It was on the Weather Channel.
Dude, yes,
401. Yeah, the 401.
Yeah,
dude, yes. They used to do some fucking shit, and I would get so into this because like just them talking about like what we're talking about now, like the guy would be like, okay, hey, like, dude, you've got to set your truck up here in this exact direction. I got to run a line from you. We need to fucking piggyback over it to me. So as it pulls, like fucking gravity works its way. Like, dude, like that shit was so fucking interesting. The stuff that those guys had to do.
The one episode that I loved of that one was the 401 guys, and it was the father who owned the father and son. The kid was just starting out, right? And the best episode I've ever watched, because the Alaskan Highway one is bullshit. Those motherfuckers, that Jamie Davis dude, he takes so many chances and risks his life in so many fucking stupid ways for TV. I fucking hate that guy.
No,
but there was a show. There was a show about the show covered like several heavy tow companies.
Oh,
and
I've seen the show. I just
the one.
But the 401 guy. The father and the son, they were rolling over a propane truck, and the father was something happened and the kid almost killed himself.
Yeah.
And the father, when he got back, if you watch nothing about towing, go find that episode and watch that one episode and watch the look in a father's eyes as he fucking realizes how close his kid came to death. Now, I do that every day with my employees. Every day I send them on the highway. I do the same thing, and I fucking lose my shit until they call me and say I'm off the highway. I don't want anybody dead on my watch. No one.
We had a tow operator die here in New York a couple years ago. It was recently, and I actually knew him personally, and he used to drive with his dog in his truck with him. He was up underneath a truck, a box truck, a rental box truck broke down. It was like a Penske truck or something, and he was up underneath it, dropping the drive shaft. His dog was in the cab of the wrecker. He had the truck all hooked up and everything. Guy came by with a bucket truck, and a company bucket truck, drunk as shit, and rear-ended the box truck while he was underneath it, and the guy died. Shut the interstate down for about 24 hours while they did the investigation of it. We had to have DOT there to shut the highway down. We had all kinds of trucks to go, and then when that happens, that's one of your boys that passed away in the line of duty. They have a whole fucking caravan of tow trucks that go to the funerals and stuff, and it's crazy. Like, the tow community is insane when you get into it.
Yeah, I've lost two friends. I've lost two friends to it. It's crazy. Yeah. The job is nuts.
Yeah, and I would never get out of my truck until it was high vis, and if I didn't have state PD on scene, nice background, Rob.
Well, my son is home.
You can see me.
Oh, you can see you, but they're not going to see him strip. My son is home, and he's like, "Dad, I need to come in and change. I just got off work." And I'm like, "I'll throw my fake background up." So, like, yeah. So, I mean, hey, if there's any ladies out there watching, if you want to see a 6-pack abs, I could take the background down and y'all could see that. But it's all guys as of now, so we don't need to deal with that stuff.
Nice family has been at the Peterson household,
bro. It's fucking crazy over here. It's nuts between my kids and these crazy fucking cats that we have. Oh my God, it's fucking driving me nuts, man. Man, I was going to ask a question too Dad, so I see obviously you have roadside in your thing. Like, do you do like just regular roadside, like change tires and stuff like that too? Or are you all, towing and recovery or what?
So when I've been I towed my first car at 15, and then I've been in and out of this business for a while. And I got out of it and I came back. But when we came back, we started as like doing motor clubs and motor club work and that sort of stuff, and trying to, I moved to a new location, different area than where I was from. So I had to build new clientele. So at one point I was up to 10 trucks. I had 3 service trucks. I was the second largest provider for AAA in all of northern New England, Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont.
Oh shit! Fuck yeah, bro.
So we got big and we got crazy, but yeah, we did everything. We had a battery program. We did tires. We did you name it. We did it all, man. So yeah, we've been up that road. We actually won I think it's like the Gold Star Award for the top 1% of all all AAA facilities in the country.
Dude, that's cool,
we were in the top 1%. So Hunter, hopefully you get this email, but I sent you a video of one of my best friend's trucks. He was on a police call. It was a DUI, and he was winching the car up and working on he was getting set up to pull the car up. A guy drove around the police officer, drove up the back of the truck, drove up it like a ramp, hit the head rack on his truck, and fell off the side. It's the craziest fucking video.
I saw something like that. I'm sure you've seen it as well. It went like real viral, but like that one car that was on the other
Dukes
side
of Hazzard one.
Yeah, dude.
And that shit happens. Like, I mean, he has a very different head rack than that guy did. So like that guy who they jumped the thing, he's got a fixed head rack. My buddy has a side puller. So it's basically a larger plate of metal that she hit before she rolled off the thing.
Here,
and it's crazy when you talk about like the shit you get into out here. It's people don't they don't understand it.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, it takes a little while to build up because it's just like the cam. But if you watch between the two white spots, you'll actually see this car go around and come up the bed. You can see the cop lights in the background, and you see the cop. Now here it comes.
Boom.
Boom. And then see it off to the window.
Over.
See it roll over. Now he was working the controls from that side of the truck. He dove under the truck so the car didn't roll over the top of him. So that's a near miss, man. That cat, had he not been smart and quick and thinking on his feet, he'd be under that car dead right now because some drunk bitch wanted to fucking drive around a police car.
So I don't know if any of y'all follow this guy. I'm gonna have to go look him up, but and I'll get to him in a minute. But I'll tell you, man, for y'all tow guys out there, I'll say, brother, like I have to give it to you, dude. For one, as a driver, as a truck driver, dude, I've been sitting on the side of the road in a fucking semi and felt a Ford Expedition drive by me at 80 miles an hour and shake my fucking 80,000 pound truck. You know what I mean? The fact that people they are so unaware of people on the side of the road, dude. Folks don't move over, all this stuff. I have seen so many videos of drivers, tow drivers, in just near miss. Like if they would have just paused or not moved a second earlier, they'd have been splattered all over the side of a fucking road. Yeah. I watched this guy. I can't remember his name, but he's a tow driver, and I've actually seen a lot of other tow drivers talk shit about him. Why, I don't know. But dude, he has a green beard and hair, and like his whole fucking thing is green. Like all his hair is dyed green. His tow truck is green. All of this shit, man. And dude, he puts out some really cool content on like TikTok and shit, man. And he's all about bringing awareness, and like he points out things that like you just did, Dad. He's like, hey, I'm on the side of the road, and here all these flashing fucking lights. There's my truck. There's a police car. There's the four ways on the vehicle I'm doing. He's like, and people just ride right next to me. I'm standing right in the center side of this road, 70 mile an hour traffic, and you can't even move over. And I say this because if you've ever been a trucker, like the force of a semi going by you, if you were standing on the road, the velocity of that at 65 miles an hour actually has enough suction to pull you off the side of the fucking road into traffic. I saw a video where it actually happened. It was like 2012, and it was a tow operator on the side of the road, and a semi trailer passed by him, and they had another truck. What you were talking about, he was blocking traffic. He was behind him, giving him room because the vehicle was like sideways and shit. But a semi didn't move over, came by, and the guy was standing right near the flatbed of the truck. It was tipped down, and he passed him, and the dude did it, sucked him into the road. Now, he lived, nothing happened, but it was like, holy fuck, the guy's just standing there. The semi goes, and the next thing you see is this dude just right into the fucking interstate, man. 65 miles of traffic.
You talked about that with Ingrid, yesterday on the podcast, going through construction zones, right? So in New York, it's actually a law. You're supposed to slow down and move over, not just move over. You're supposed to slow down and move over, but they barely enforce it, because you have to be there, you have to see it, and it's so sad because these guys are just trying to do their job. It's not like I come to your office and try to kill you. You know what I mean? My office is on the interstate, as a tow operator, and you should respect my office place, just like you don't want me in your office trying to kill you. You know what I mean?
I don't know if they do it up there where y'all are at, but down here in Texas, they do they have a term for them, but they're traps for this exact thing. It'll either be a road crew or it'll be a tow truck. It's all staged. You know what I mean? But like here in Texas, like all over states, says, hey, emergency crew or road crew or wreckers on the side of the road, you slow down. You at least, if you can't move over, you slow down 20 miles below the speed limit.
So in New York, they've set up like speed traps like that.
They do, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I was about to say in Nashville, I've seen that. Like those stages, like you're talking about, Rob, and then like
Only for
like a
construction
quarter mile down the road, there's a
zones,
cop just
No,
like waving
bro.
people
Here
off
they do it
left and
for
right.
everything, dude. They'll do mock construction zones. They'll do mock recoveries for tow vehicles. They'll just have a cop sitting there, literally pulling over an unmarked car. I swear to fucking God, and a cop pulling over an unmarked car, and they will wait and do. I love how they do. Most of the time, they do it near an overpass because people. Hey, as a driver, you pay attention to shit like this, but four-wheelers don't. They'll do it near an
the
overpass.
cop is sitting on the
They'll have a
overpass with the
fucking
guy.
line of them, bro. Just a line of
on the
cops
ramp,
on the
ready to
overpass.
go.
Dude, you don't fucking move over. And you know what the funny thing is in around here, they blast these stupid motherfuckers on the news. Like, they're like, look at all these dumbasses. It's fucking wonderful.
New Hampshire actually, the New Hampshire Towing Association actually got together with the state police, and they use the aircraft. So they would set up a tow truck on the side of the road with a car behind it, and then they would have signs that said, aircraft enforcement ahead. Then you'd see the tow truck, then you'd fucking blow right next to it. Then half mile up the road, there's 30 troopers walking out, pulling you over.
What is what interstate you got over there by? You got 95 and what is that?
95, 495, 93, 101. I mean, I'm right in the Mecca. I've got.
So you're in New Hampshire?
Yeah.
By the TA there?
That's 95. I'm on 93.
Okay.
I'm over by the chicken coop.
Yeah, 93 goes back over into Vermont and into upstate.
Yeah, to 89 and up into Vermont. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
how big is your facility, bro?
Like, I mean, I've got a garage big enough to put 3 tow trucks in, and I'm in a mixed use industrial.
Do you do service?
Yeah, I've got to repair. I only repair for people that are long customers. I don't.
Okay.
I got rid of all of the help because I got to the point where, their girlfriend's vagina was on fire, so they had to take the week off, and I just got so sick of the guys who just don't want to work, but they want me to pay them $50 an hour, but they don't want to do anything, So
yeah.
You don't have like a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, 10 acre like facility, that you operate? Yeah.
Nope.
So so let me ask you, I want to touch on this, man, because we talked about earlier, we were looking at the maps and stuff, bro. So, what do you do in certain situations, man? Where like you pick up a semi and like you have to bring it.
He doesn't do heavy anymore. He said,
or just anything.
So even in that case, right? So like I had to rent lot space. So I'd have to rent when we were doing that stuff. I had to rent lot space. So I had to rent the big yard. For a buddy of mine had a industrial park with shipping and receiving docks, and he had some extra space. I'd go put them out there. Then I'd have to box them in with junk cars or whatever I could to make sure they wouldn't get swiped later, that sort of thing. Because a lot of the stuff now has got GPS and air tags and all kinds of shit.
A lot of them got fleet. The mega carriers got fleet keys too. So all the Swift trucks, all the same key.
Yeah.
So I had because when I was with Western, I did some driver training. So Western had Volvos, Internationals, and Freightliners. So I had a key for all of them. Yep. So that when we had to go recover a truck from a driver to give to a trainee that was coming off the truck, you could I had a key for them to be able to get into the truck.
Yep.
So something I was going to ask earlier, like, I know y'all talked about experience. So obviously, like, there's training that goes into it, but you're also talking about having to know all these trucks inside and out. Like, has there ever been times in your early career where you showed up to something and you just, like, didn't know what to do?
What do you mean early career? I still run into that.
Yep. What do you do in that situation? Who do you call? Because, like, you're that guy.
Figure it out. So, yeah, I mean, you
our senior operator.
Right. Yeah, you call somebody who's been around. It's a very tight community, right? Yeah. So like the lot I gave you earlier, that I know he's been in it as long as I have. I'm like, yo, have you ever run into this? He's like, yeah, try this, or do that, or try, look at it this way. And we like FaceTime has been the best fucking thing ever in this industry. It's like I'll go, yo, what do you see? But like my drivers will still do that. My drivers will call me and say, hey, here's what I got. I'm thinking about doing this, but I'd like to, maybe there's something else you can think of that might be easier, faster, better. So we do that all the time, man.
Some of the women operators were the best ones though, because they overthink everything. So a lot of the women operators that I've ran into fucking kill it, bro.
Yeah.
And I would call them.
Well, see, that's something I never would have thought of, man. Is like a tow truck driving community, talking about tow trucking conventions. Never would have even thought about that because I'm thinking, some of these areas
like the Mid-America Truck Show.
You're the only person.
What's up, Ryan? Think Matt's is big? You should see fucking the Florida Tow Show.
Yeah.
Dude.
You fucking think Matt's is big? Go to the Florida Tow Show.
Or Florida Tow Show?
Yeah, Florida Tow Show.
Yeah, huge.
Are you going to that?
That's one of the biggest. That and Vegas are the two biggest ones.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to that, DOT?
That's already passed. Yeah, that's already passed. But yeah, I went 2 years ago. I don't go every year. I go when I need a truck. When I'm ready to buy a truck, I'll go to the show because you can get show deals. If I want to stock up on chains and straps and whatever, you can usually get some good deals and they'll drop ship them back to you. So I usually go
on TikTok. When I was operating the wrecker, I was on TikTok. My TikTok was Wrecker Ryan, and I actually had a pretty good following on there until I stopped driving the wrecker. But Rob's got some cookies, huh? Are those special cookies, Rob? You're on mute, buddy.
I know. Shut the fuck up, man. God damn it, it's a test for you.
I mean,
cookies are so yummy.
On TikTok, there's a lot of operators, and there was one I mentioned Sherry Street because I used to follow an operator out on that operated for Sherry Street, and he was in the game for a long time. He's been operating for like 30, 40 years, and there's a lot of it's a tight community for sure.
Yeah. All right, guys, I gotta go FaceTime the kiddos. That's one of the great things about owning a towing company is you don't get to be home to bed every night. Yeah. Fucking, I appreciate y'all having me on, man. It's
no, bro.
Let me share it, and we'll do it again.
We appreciate you. You're
welcome.
We
actually need to set up like a dedicated show with you.
We
man.
do,
we'll get
bro.
Ryan back on. We'll just talk some towing. Because I actually met a cat last night, dude. I'm gonna get you in touch with him, Dad. This dude Ryan Ferguson, but it's
them Ryans, man. They're good dudes.
USA. Yeah. Well, I know we talked about that. Actually, that'll be the perfect time. Like, let him do his bit, and then you can tell him to fuck off.
Yeah, you got my email, Hunter. Hit me up anytime, man.
Yeah, for sure,
bro. We're gonna have you back on, bro, for sure. We appreciate it, man. And hey, be safe out there, brother. I mean, I know you are, but we're saying anyway, man. Be safe. We appreciate you coming on and dropping some knowledge. We are, dude. Hey, weren't you on like Dooner or something like that?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be back on this week too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get on. We're gonna do the Dune, and then we'll see. I might even get on with Leffler. I like fighting with him. He's a good time.
I love that. Boy, hey, that's fine. Hey, you go on Dooner, but then you come on here and we can have the real fucking talk. You know what I mean? Because you can't cuss and stuff on there. You know?
No, hell no, I can't. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't use my northern or potty mouth.
There you go, bro. Be safe, man.
Hey, real quick, do we have permission to use that video?
Fuck yeah.
All right, sweet.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, cool, bro.
Put that out there.
Right,
Later, broski. What are you doing, Ryan?
Probably yelling at his kids.
No, he's mute. He's muted because I told him to. I was like, mute your mic, bro. You loud ass fucking kids.
These damn kids. My wife was yelling. I was down in the basement, and my wife is yelling at me, "Come upstairs and put your kids to bed," and all that stuff. So I was like, "Fuck!" I'll switch over to my phone and put the earphones in. But these guys they're just maniacs. But it's Friday night. I'm not
Friday night.
Yeah, I'm not gonna scream at them too much. They don't have school tomorrow.
I'm not gonna say it like while we're live, but I was telling Hunter, like we were talking about you, and I was like, yeah, I was just talking to him, and he picked up his kids. I was like, bro, he had me fucking dying laughing, dude. I was like, bro.
Yeah, my kids are a little. I mean, they're kids, man. I mean, sometimes I'm tough on them, but sometimes I let them be kids too. The two boys are running around. The babies are sleeping already. But
how old are your kids, Ryan?
The ones that are yelling right now are 8, 8, and 6. They're jumping on the couch right now, throwing the football around the living room. So,
let's go.
Watching YouTube or something. I don't know.
Put on the show. Tell them to be watching the show. We need views.
I miss some of that. I miss that sometimes, man. Like I wasn't home a lot because I was a driver, but dude, I have 3 boys. My sons were the same way. It was just complete fucking chaos all day, every day. That's all it was. Look at that, bro. Look, the one kid's got his feet and shit all by the other one. He's fucking kicking him. Look at the bro.
Ryan's a trooper, man. Ryan's a trooper. I think you're the first one, Ryan, that's actually stayed on while the kiddos are going at it. Oh, hold on. I'll put you on.
Tell me this kid ain't my kid. Look at this kid. He wants to be shy.
He's cuter than you, man. He's not as ugly. So I mean,
there's Owen.
That definitely is not yours.
Yeah, that's the redhead. Remember, I was telling you about the one. Yeah, that's the one that has no soul. There's the whole family back there.
Soulless gingers. Hey, it is a real thing, bro. I'm telling you, redhead. I don't know what it is. We have a different thing about us, man. We really do.
I'll tell you, I haven't felt right since I've started the show with Rob, and I'm starting to catch on to it. Texas and redhead. It
is. I mean, those redheaded Texans are pretty crazy, though.
We are.
We almost moved to Texas. Actually, my wife applied to a school in Houston to be a nurse practitioner, but she got accepted there. But Rutgers had a more prestigious program, and we were able to stay home. So she applied to 3 schools: Rutgers in New Jersey, and then the school in Houston, and then Duke. So we were moving to North Carolina or Texas at one point, but.
My cousin, God rest her soul, she was a nurse and she worked in the neonatal ICU at Texas Children's Hospital in Houston, which is like the best children's hospital in the fucking country. But dude, like, man, I could only imagine where she would have gone. She was a super, super, super smart lady and was on the path that your wife is on, dude. She was trying to elevate her career and take it to the next level and shit. But even getting her job at Texas Children's, I was young, but from what I heard, like, dude, it is hard as shit to get certain nursing jobs at certain hospitals, bro. Like they have like a standard, and if you don't fucking meet that standard with your education or experience, like, we ain't fucking with you, man.
Yep.
Yeah,
you're gonna be a traveling nurse, man. They make good money traveling nurses, though, but it's like, dude, I got a couple buddies, and I'm like, man, I need to find me a nurse wife. They're moving out to like LA and like all these cool places, and all their rent's paid for. Like,
yeah, it's crazy.
Job remote, they live it up, man.
I talked to a traveling nurse that she makes so much money that her husband was a company driver. And he wanted to own his own truck, blah, blah, blah. But point is she made so much money from being a traveling nurse that she was going to fund her husband's trucking business. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, dude.
The money
they're taking care of, man.
Traveling medical
that's
you
what.
could put on like,
that's
you
what.
could put on like a 2-year stint, and they make sure you're happy.
So my wife,
the hell out of you.
My wife was on a travel assignment at a hospital here in the ER, and it was a weekend track. So she had to work every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. And the contract in the ER paid her $110 an hour.
God dang,
dude. Bro, she was bringing $3,000 home a week after taxes. So this is, my wife makes a lot of money, but I was, like I said earlier, I was taking a lot of the money and putting it back into the truck, and we're paying for her to go to school right now full time too. So, I mean, we're all right, but the old poor and the new poor, man. we know how to live on peanut butter and jelly if we need to. You know what I mean?
Hey, I'm all about. Well, I don't like
Dollar Tree.
Short-term sacrifice for long-term results, right?
Dude, I shop out the Dollar Tree. People that are brand like loyal to any kind of food, get out of here, man. There's like you don't need to be spending all this money.
Yeah, my kids are brand brats, to be honest with you, but not me.
I mean, like certain clothes and stuff, I'll be like that but it lasts. It lasts. But dude, food or anything that's like disposable.
Bro, my shoes that I wear are from Walmart, bro.
Yeah,
I'm the same fucking way. Hey, I grew up poor as shit. I tell my wife all the time, like, if we were rich, I would be the worst rich parent ever. Like, because I'm just the most greedy, stingy son of a bitch when it comes to money because I grew up poor. But I mean, it's like, hey, when I grew up, you know what brand you got? Whatever fucking brand your mom bought at the store. That's what brand you got. You know what I mean? Like, it may not even be a brand. It may just say meat on the package. You know what I mean?
That's funny. Where's JB at? JB's not coming on?
I don't think so. I don't think he's coming on. I know I was waiting.
Man, I come on and everybody disappears. Usually I watch you guys on a Friday night and it's like there's 8 people up in here. Where's the bodacious cowboy at?
I know, right? Yeah. Texas, I don't know where they're all at, man. Everybody's doing shit, man. Everybody's preparing for stuff.
I mean, that one night when you had Tim Bannon on, there was like 15 people in here
dude,
at once.
It flows, man. But dude, you got to think like there's been so many conventions going on right now. Like springtime's going to be a little tough, but coming into like that's like why Mats is such a big deal to us because that's where so many people.
Man,
be at,
me and Rob were talking about that. That's crazy,
dude.
Bro, we go to Max, dude. It's going to be nuts, man. And I'll tell you that. I told you about the email that we got from them where they're like, "Hey, dude, like we had to send them all of our links, and they went through our stuff, and they even, dude. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. When Hunter and I got the reply email, they were like, "Well, we typically only give media passes to blase, blase, blase." And dude, I replied to him. I said, "Look, hey, like I get that, but look, we're trying to do something different. Just go check out our shit and let us know if we can come hang out with y'all." And dude, when they sent us that email and were like, "Hey, we've approved your media passes," and then they had, like I said, they had stipulations and expectations. Like, "Hey, we're going to give you access to the entire show." Anything that you want to do, you can get into all events for free, all the classes, all the booths, everything. But hey, you've got to help us pump this up and help drive attendance to the Mid-America Truck Show, and not just before the show, but at the show. Like you've got to do a certain amount of content. We have to allow them to like use our content if they want to promote like themselves using our shit and stuff. So it's crazy enough, dude, is like you wouldn't think that a media pass would come with a lot of stipulations, but it does. And hey, was it Tex? It was Tex Crowley was on the show the other night, and he was saying he had went to a show that they had gave him a media pass, and like, dude, the list of the like expectations and the particulars of everything that he had to do for him to get in as a media person was fucking nuts, bro. Like he couldn't say certain things. He couldn't record certain things. He had to record certain things. It's freaking, dude, it's nuts, man. It's really crazy, bro. So Hunter and I feel really honored that Mid-America Truck Show is allowing us to come on, dude. We are going to pump out some freaking ridiculous ass content from that show, dude. Hey, Truck Parking Club's going to be there. We're Truck Park Club we're cool with. We're going to do something with them regardless. Mother Trucker, Alex, he's Mother Trucker. He's going to be there. We've already set up. We're going to do an interview with him at his booth. Bull Snot, Van Brown with Bull Snot. We're going to do stuff with them. Women in Trucking, dude. We got all this stuff. Look at this dude with his fucking shades, bro. CEO
brand.
Oh my God, CEO. How's your back doing, bro?
It's still there.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's good.
I haven't left the chat completely yet.
Yeah. That's fucking
That was
awesome.
your HEB run, man. I did just see something the other day that HEB is officially the highest rated grocery store in America.
Fuck yeah.
And here I am thinking that Publix was the creme de la creme, but obviously I've been told wrong.
Yeah, no, Publix is like bougie. HEB is like every man's store usually, you know.
For real, bro. Hey, they don't know, do they, Spud? They just if you ain't in Texas, if you ain't got HEB, you just don't fucking know how awesome.
I mean, it looks like there's everything in there, man. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Like
I might be around to move to Texas one of these days.
Yeah, we went in for like 3 things and we walked out $300 poorer.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. Hey, for real, dude.
But
all we have to say about HEB, okay, you know that it is the best fucking grocery store simply by the fact that they have barbecue joints attached to some of them.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it doesn't get more badass than that.
Well, see, I prefer that, man. A lot of these spots just got a Starbucks, and I don't like Starbucks. That's just overpriced beans or water over beans, man. But a good old.
Have you been to the one in San Antonio that's 2 stories?
No, I haven't, bro. I've heard about it, but I have not been there. Dude, my wife knew someone that like used to work there or some shit. I've heard it's fucking crazy big though.
Yeah, I heard they got like a cart escalator, which is crazy.
I've seen those. I've seen one of those at like a Target in Atlanta. But dude, it's cool. You can ride up.
Walmart got that thing over here in a Walmart Supercenter.
Bro, hey, I'll tell you how powerful HEB is in Texas. So Walmart loves to put shit up everywhere. Like they will put, dude, a Walmart, and then I don't know if y'all have them where you're at, Hunter, or you're at, Ryan, but down here we have what they call Walmart neighborhood markets.
Yeah,
so,
they tried to put one of those in my neighborhood. That shit was shut down in 8 months.
Yeah, I don't really like it.
They don't put them. They try not to put them near an HEB. Like, and if you have a Walmart near an HEB, their grocery section is smaller because, like, do they know? Like, there is no Walmart, the largest company in the fucking world, has realized this one grocery store in this one state, we cannot fucking compete with them.
Yeah, I like that, dude. I
think they realize that it's hard for them to compete with a lot of grocery stores because I feel like a lot of grocery stores are more like regional. Like HEB sounds like it's more like regional. Here we have what's called Price Chopper, which was a local grocery store. The guy started, in the city of Schenectady here and has grown it. And it's pretty much, all over New York. But then we have, we have some of the bigger ones like Hannaford.
Kroger, right?
And Hannaford is owned by Adesco, which is also like ADUSA, which is like Food Lion. So we have that here. Yeah. So they own Food Lion and they own Hannaford. But Hannaford is like mostly like Northeast. But this Price Chopper that we have just like rebranded themselves to be Market Bistro, and they call it Market 32 with Market Bistro, and they're trying to compete with like Wegmans. Yeah. So Wegmans is more like a
kids are killing themselves, doesn't it? They're killing each other.
Yeah, they're fucking animals. the boys are boys, man. I always tell my wife I let them fight, and it's survival of the fittest. I said if we lose one of them
turns 10, give them some gloves.
I said if we lose, I told my wife we got 4. If we lose one, we still got a 75% survival rate. We'll be all right.
Boys are nuts, man. But I couldn't survive without a fucking HEB. Like, dude, when we left Texas and went to Fort Campbell in Kentucky, bro, like all we had was Walmart, and I don't remember what the other store there was we had, but dude, we fucking hated it. Hey, because I'm telling you, like, everyone knows with your own like regional stuff, and like every store's got their own line of products and shit. And dude, hey, I've been to Kroger, I've been to Publix, I've done Food Giant, Winco, all of these places.
You can't step on Aldi's though.
Aldi's,
Aldi's.
Aldi's, you haven't been to their warehouses.
Yeah, they're good, but it's not the same, bro. I'm telling you, there's people come down here, bro. I've read things. There is entire Facebook pages of 8 people who talk about nothing but fucking HEB. Like, bro, it's like Whataburger, even though Whataburger is now owned by fucking Yankees who have now ruined it. But like,
thank you. I'm not the only one,
bro. It is, dude. They are
not the same.
I got a Whataburger right up the street. It's growing on me. I didn't really like it at first.
It's not. It's still
Have
good.
you been for breakfast?
I haven't.
I haven't. Not since they sold out. Not since they sold.
Is like the only thing I even bother with anymore. Really.
Yeah.
I'm usually there at like 3 in the morning.
Fucking biscuits and gravy and sausage gravy platter. Oh, that shit is the fucking bomb.
Oh, they got biscuits and gravy over there?
Yes. They got taquitos. So
I need a reason to get fatter.
Bro, hey, but Whataburger isn't the same when they sold out. Here's the funny thing is we even had a Yankee. Now, I just want to be clear. Down in the South, a Yankee is anyone in any part of the country that does not live in the South. You can live in fucking Washington. You're a goddamn Yankee. Okay? That's just the way it is. So J.J. Watt, who is from up fucking north, was playing for the Texans when they were selling off Whataburger. Even he was like, please don't fuck this up and sell this to Yankees. Like, they are going to screw this up. And they did, bro. They sold it off to some conglomerate in Chicago, and everyone says it's all like.
Bro, we got Wahlburgers, okay? Way better than Wahlburgers.
I never had one. I've heard they're pretty good, bro. I've heard Wahlburgers are.
Where's Joe Daniel when you need him?
Mark Wahlberg's burger joint, bro. That shit is right outside of Boston. Outside of Boston Red Sox Stadium, Fenway Park.
Did you know I produce Autowatch?
I got the best burgers in town.
Yeah, bro, those burgers are amazing. My wife actually bought a T-shirt from there, and it says, "I'm my mom's favorite kid."
Whataburger has a sick line of fucking merch, man. My kids and I look at that shit every now and then. They've got a badass line of merch, and they troll the hell out of other fast food places on their social media.
That's one of my favorite social media things is fast food joints talking shit to each other. Bro, Wendy's is a menace. That's all I'm saying.
Wendy's goes in, bro.
I don't know that unofficial Bucky's page is the shit.
What is it?
The Bucky's Superstore or whatever. The actual Bucky's page hasn't been active since like 2018, but somebody took over like the Bucky's like shit posting, and it's great. It's not official, but it's hilarious.
Really, I gotta go look that one up. I'm not a big Bucky's fan. Like, I don't know. You know why I'm not a big Bucky's fan? Anytime that something Texas becomes not only Texas, you fucking lose me. I don't like it. Once it leaves us, it's like, and everyone starts being a fucking fanboy. I don't care how good your brisket tacos are and how many drink selections you have. You've lost.
How clean your bathroom is, yeah.
Yeah. Like you've lost me.
I don't like the big stores. Those like what most people know as Bucky's. I don't like those stores.
The big ones.
Those are the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Where we live, we've got Lake Jackson, where they're from, like an hour from us, and
I've been to the original
regular convenience stores. And then if like I used to work out at Point Comfort, so I was in Port Lavaca every day. I would get fuel at Bucky's every day, and and I still do it. Every time I go by there now, it's like, oh, look, I can get diesel fuel at Bucky's, and it just throws people off. They're like, oh, you can't do that. And I'm like, here it is. Eagle Lake's the same way.
It's funny you say that is because like everyone talks about how Bucky's hates Spud Rock. I know. I was thinking the same thing when I saw his hat. I was like, oh shit, we just fucking had him on.
I know. I've been wearing it all day.
Need one of them.
Dude, is it people don't know is I'll use another example. Love's. Everyone knows Love's as these huge truck stops. They actually started out as a small convenience store chain in places like Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado. You still have Love's convenience stores, but I say that because Bucky's, they're big stores. They hate fucking drivers, and in a way, rightfully so. I mean, when you get people rolling up on your lot, they're throwing fucking piss bottles on your shit, like you get mad. But the small ones, like, dude, you could roll up there and get diesel at them. If there's a little place to park, you can park. They'll gladly fucking help you. It's nuts. And he's right. Everyone knows them as these big, massive stores, but they weren't. They started out as little bitty corner stores, man. And there's
about 7-Eleven started the same in Dallas, right?
Yeah, they did. 7-Eleven started.
I think they still have the original store in downtown Dallas.
I used to work for McLean. I used to drive for McLean, and McLean has the contract with 7-Eleven. They deliver all their fucking candy, just a bunch of shit in their store, right? And I have on countless times delivered to the original store in downtown downtown fucking Dallas.
It's by the AT&T headquarters, right?
We used to deliver to their corporate store. Like, this is 7-Eleven, so fucking cool, bro. They're a really great company, man.
Used to be.
I'll just leave it at that. I'll do that. They're pretty good, but they have a corporate store, man, in their huge corporate campus where like they do mock-ups and shit. Like when they're like, hey, we want to try this, they literally have a store, dude, that they change like once a week. Like people just come in here and they change the whole fucking store around, and we would deliver test products and shit to them, bro. And we used to get to go in there, watch the store, dude, and like we would see stuff that wouldn't be out on 7-Eleven shelves for like fucking months, bro. And it was nuts. Like you couldn't talk about it and stuff like that. So yeah, but yeah, 7-Eleven. A lot of people don't know that 7-Eleven's a Texas thing, bro. And you know, they're global. They have 7-Elevens in fucking Japan.
Yeah, I was down there in Dallas in August. And right before I started being a freight broker, I actually went down to Dallas to meet with a guy who was going to be a possible investor, and we were going to open our own brokerage, but ended up not happening. Still, you know, cool guy. Try to stay in touch with him, but you know, we haven't chatted in a little while. But if he sees this, yo, Marvin, what up?
I never knew that. Like, I used to work in Dallas doing demo, and I've never, like, I've been all over that town. I've never seen it. If I have, you know.
Yeah, I went on like I went on a Dallas city tour while I was there just to, you know, learn about Dallas. And I'll tell you what, I was not impressed with that JFK memorial.
It does suck, bro. It sucks. It fucking does. Yeah. It really does.
And the guy tried to make it like seem like it was, you know, he's like, you know, the reason why it's like this is because, you know, it's empty and you know, it seems like it's unfinished, and that's kind of like what JFK was. You know, he wasn't able to finish what he started, and you know, he's like,
it
and
sounds
Dallas
like whoever won that job ran out of money.
Yeah. You know, hey, the crazy thing is, dude, is you can drive right now. You can drive a truck in the same exact place that JFK was shot right now. I have driven.
Don't they have like an X in the middle of the street?
Bro,
like,
yes, dude.
Right, yeah, Mark.
Driven by
the window is still cracked open where they haven't closed the window. But we went, and then there's a city within the city of Dallas that there was a city within the city of Dallas that's not part of Dallas because it's like super like high end or something like that. And I was like, this is crazy. How do you have a city within the city? And I guess that's where this guy that owns the Dallas Cowboys lives. Jerry Jones. Yeah. He lives in that city over there in the city of Dallas. But it was pretty cool going on the tour. We went to there's like this little oh man, it was cool. It was like a little like temple type thing in a like a little park, and it was super cool. But I guess it's open and all religions are welcome, and it was really nice in there.
Dallas is okay. You don't go if you want a taste of Texas. You don't go to Dallas. You go to fucking Fort Worth.
Yeah.
You go to Fort Worth, bro. Dallas is all the fucking city folk and all the like the weirdness. It's like the New York City of Texas. That's what it is.
Austin is more like the New York City because it's so liberal.
No, Austin is more like the Washington D.C. of Texas.
LA.
Okay.
The LA of
the LA of Texas. Okay. Yeah. So I went to Austin, and there's a barbecue.
Chicago of Texas.
there's like this famous barbecue place in Austin where there's like a line of people around the whole block before they even open.
I'll tell you who it is. I actually used to deliver to him. The guy is super famous now, and it is called Franklin Barbecue.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Godfather.
I used to deliver. I'm gonna tell you this. I used to deliver to this guy. He started out in a fucking camper trailer.
Yeah, food truck. Yeah.
In downtown Austin, and he built a smoker in his camper trailer. And he started out just selling barbecue in downtown on the weekends when all the club crowd left. business did good. He moved across the highway to 5th Street and he bought an old house. And then he turned his camper trailer into the whole thing was a smoker. And last time I went there, we used to live there when I was with PFG. We used to go and deliver meat to Franklin, like the guy himself, fucking Franklin. And we would deliver to him at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. When we got there, he would always give us breakfast tacos because he would start smoking his meat at like 7 or 8 o'clock the night before. And then he would smoke it until like 10 or 11 o'clock the day after. And that's when he would serve it. So we would get it, about like 8 hours into the smoke. And dude, he would just give us full plates of fucking barbecue. Coolest fucking guy. Super awesome. And the thing that I really loved about him is that, and maybe he still has it, I'll have to go by and see, but the fact that he kept that original camper trailer and turned that shit into his smokehouse, dude, was super great. But here's the thing. They're not
That's
lying.
crazy.
This guy, he opens up at 11 o'clock on the dot every day. Dude, the line for his shop, it starts at like 9:30 in the morning. I want to just think about how
I was there at 8 o'clock and the line was already around the whole building.
Bro, yes.
Yeah.
And the barbecue hit this is his rule, or at least it was last time I was there. They are open until they run out of meat. It could be an hour, it could be 4 hours. But when they run out of food, that's when it fucking closes down, bro. And it's so crazy.
Good.
I love when people
That's some good
talk about it.
I
marketing
like
there.
those.
I remember talking to this guy like before he was on Food Network and had his line of meats and stuff. It's like it's so crazy.
Yeah, the Texas channel.
Meats.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he's good, but I've never been there because of the whole line thing. And I haven't been to Leroy and Lewis, but they're apparently even Aaron Franklin says, "Well, I want barbecue, that's where I go."
Where's that at? I've never heard of that one.
It's on. I think it's not too far from Franklin's, but it's not like down the street either. I'm sure Hunter can look it up, but
We
Leroy
went
and
on.
Lewis, man, it's like a trailer, and they're really good from what I hear. I'm into barbecue, as you know. I watch a lot of like Chud's Barbecue. He used to work there. They're all friends with Franklin. But yeah, like Leroy and Lewis, man, apparently is the up and coming. And there's
Have you ever had Salt Lick, Spud?
No,
Bro.
I haven't.
So
I haven't been out there.
Salt Lick. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, I'm a barbecue motherfucker. I think anyone that lives in Texas is a barbecue connoisseur. I have had barbecue from everywhere, dude. And Salt Lick is they're old school, bro. Again, when I used to work with PFG, they're in Dripping Springs, and now they also have a location next to Del Diamond. Dude, when we used to deliver there with PFG, we would bring 28-foot pup trailers just for their location alone. Dude, hey, briskets, 100-pound briskets. We used to stack them 6 high on our dolly. We would be, dude, 100-pound racks of ribs. Bro, we would be there 3 or 4 hours just shoving meat into their facility. And in their places, it's awesome, bro. In the middle of even the original location of Dripping Springs, it's this huge fire pit in the middle of the restaurant, and all the meat is just being smoked, like right there in front of you, man. And they pull it off, chop it up. Oh my, it ain't cheap. I'll tell you that. They are proud as fuck of their barbecue, but bro, it is probably some of, if not the best barbecue I've ever had. And they're really big, but it's only still 2 locations and they're packed all day, every fucking day. But we had talked to one of the owners one time and they even do mail order stuff. They have sent brisket to fucking Russia, bro, to Russia. And we had asked the guy, like, why don't you grow? And they had said, he's like, because the larger you get, the shittier your quality gets. And so, dude, they have stayed 2 locations, but it is fucking Salt Lick. If you ever come up towards this way, dude, you got to go try Salt Lick in Round Rock, Texas, or in Dripping Springs. It's fucking badass.
I went to Hard 8 in Dallas for some barbecues.
It's good.
Hard 8 was super good, bro. And I only remember it because I like to play craps, but I usually play the Hard 6. Throw $10 on that Hard 6, baby. Walk away with 100.
Yeah. Also, when you get done with this, go back to Leroy and Lewis and look for bacon rib.
Those kolache things that they make in Austin are super good too.
Mm-hmm.
I love those things. I was actually on the phone with a guy the other day who lived in Austin, and I was like, man, I need to find a place that does mail order kolaches because I haven't been back in Austin, and I'd love a kolache. Those things are good.
Hey, another thing, man. Though, hey, straight from Texas, baby. I mean, technically, they're from Czechoslovakia, but dude, I love some kolaches. The best kolaches in Texas. Anyone, y'all can argue me because Texans, we always have our place. But to me, my favorite is Slovacek's in West Texas on I-35, bro.
Mm-hmm. Do they do mail order? Can you go get me some kolaches and mail them to me, bro?
Slovacek's, bro.
I want some kolaches.
They do mail order, bro.
We go.
Yo, post that link, Hunter. Post that link. I need that.
What's that place in El Campo? El Pascas? They make
I never heard that one.
They make some really good ones.
Bro,
when I was in the oil field, we had our Christmas party there, and like we all expected barbecue. We had like some spaghetti and meatball shit, and it's like, you're a barbecue place. What are you doing?
We got a barbecue. Those are them, bro. Those are the kolaches. Yes,
bro, dude. They do everything, bro.
Not those cinnamon buns. Nah, fuck that. I want kolaches.
They do. They're fucking off the chain, bro. They do all kinds of meats. And there's a place here. There's a convenience store chain here called Sefco, and Sefco has now partnered with these people that do kolaches. And those folks, I do know 100,000% do mail order because they freeze dry freeze dry all their kolaches the day before, and they ship them out to the Sefcos or whatever. But Slovacek's, man, I'm gonna send you the link, dude. They do mail order stuff. They actually have a warehouse that's all they do is send out mail order things, bro. And their stuff it's freaking amazing, dude. Like Slovacek's is the shit.
You know what kolaches do you like the best? You like the fruit kolaches or you like the meat kolaches?
I like the meat. I like the meat kolaches. Like, I mean, I don't know.
I knew you would.
Bro, my favorite one.
They're two different things. Technically,
they are. That's true. Yes, they are.
I can't ever remember the difference. One's one.
I don't either. Yeah, you're right. They are. I don't know what is the difference, but you're fucking 1,000% right. Like, they are different. Personally, my favorite are the ones from Sefco. I gotta find out what the name of the place is, but dude, they make this cheesy ground venison one.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Bro, that shit is so fucking good, dude. And it's got like a little bit of spice to it too. And then they have a cheesy shredded brisket. Bro.
Oh, come on.
Dude, they are fucking amazing, man. Yeah.
You can mail order brisket from Franklin's?
I do. You can mail order brisket. Cheap. No, it's not. You can mail order brisket from Salt Lick. I used to deliver all the shit to Salt Lick and to their mail order place on Toll 130. And the guy that was so cool, every time we delivered, I swear to God, I hope he still doesn't work there and no one ever sees it and get in trouble. We would be delivering there and we would pull it in and he would hit a box off the top of the dolly and he'd be like, oops, yeah. Bro, he would, and although like what we were bringing in was the fresh stuff, he would slap the box off the top, but he would give us like a cooked rack of ribs or brisket in place of it. But it was the coolest fucking thing. It was so fucking awesome. The first time he ever did it, I was like, this motherfucker. And I didn't get it. I was like, he's trying to fuck me, man. You know what I mean? Because I'm the driver. I've got to account for this. And then we were doing the paperwork, and I was like, all right, man, I got to write this off. And he was like, write what off? And I was like, the brisket. And dude, he turns in his chair and he turns back around and he sets a smoked rack of ribs and he goes, what brisket? No brisket. No brisket. I don't know what brisket.
There's a place called the Colucci shop in Clute, Texas.
Kolache.
Yeah, the Kolache shop.
Yeah, over there at Galveston and Houston.
Yeah, they say that they do mail order here.
So they just send it to you cold. You just get it in in a cooler, like a little
probably
styrofoam cooler.
Yeah, thinking that you're probably just gonna have to put it in the oven for a couple minutes and heat it up, right?
Yeah. You guys come down for the Houston Truck Show, and I don't forget. We'll go to Mustang Creek up here in Louise. It may not be, like, in my opinion, it's good, really good barbecue. It's my favorite barbecue place, but I don't think it's the best barbecue I've ever had. But last time I was there, it was like $17.25, I think, for all you can eat. And it's ribs, brisket, sausage. I mean, the whole works. Everything. Dude. Yeah.
Bro,
and it's this little gas station on the side of the highway.
You got something in the smoker now, Spud?
No, I don't. No, we just got home. We did, however, pick up a tomahawk for our anniversary this week. I'm gonna do it, but it's like this freaking. It's actually probably this thick. Like it is, it's like 3.5 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Happy anniversary, man.
No thanks. We're getting there.
We're getting there.
It's our anniversary. It's Valentine's Day. It's Karma's birthday. It's also my birthday this week. It's a busy freaking week.
Hell yeah. Hey, are you going to Matt's, by the way, Spud? I think we might have asked.
I'm gonna try. We'll see how things go. Yeah. I'm gonna try.
We actually, we just got our passes yesterday. I don't know if you saw, but we're gonna be there.
I was gonna do the media pass. I'm like, I don't know if I qualify. I'll just do it.
We got the hookups.
Yeah. I know Taylor too, because he's like, we'll just give you the VIP pass.
Yeah, bro.
I didn't say
Bring it on.
That's not happening. And the after parties in the parking lot? Nope, they don't happen either. No. Actually, you're not supposed to talk about that stuff because Matt doesn't like it because they're high profile or whatever, and they don't want to hear about it.
Well, I've never been there, so I
haven't either. I so want to go to that show. Be mad if I miss it again.
Yeah, it'll be good stuff.
You know, but where I gotta take you, Hunter, if we have the chance, even though it's not in Houston, it's in Dallas. But Spud, I don't know if you've ever been there, but there's this place in Dallas. It's a truck stop in the middle of downtown Dallas, and it's called.
There's a couple of them.
Yes, dude, bro, this place has the best motherfucking tacos and cup of corn, bro. Hey, when I worked in McLean, we used to go and deliver at Oklahoma. And once we were done, by the time we got back to Dallas, we were doing our driver switch. And it was like 8:00 at night on a fucking Friday. Bro, it was all these drunk ass fucking people there, dude. But we would stop, get fuel, and get fucking tacos. This place is cash only. And bro, they are fucking packed. And dude, but it is the best tacos you will ever have, bro. I don't know what they do to them tacos. Truck City, best tacos you ever have.
Truck City. Let's go.
Yeah. Down there in the
Fuel City
interchange. I've never
Rob, I'll probably just end up driving there. I've made the drive from Nashville to Dallas and back. So, I mean, I don't know how far are you away from Dallas? Or
I'm 2 hours south.
That'll be a 12-hour drive.
Right down 35, 2 hours south.
Yeah, I can bust that out.
Yeah, there's a Fuel City in Mesquite off of 30. Then there's one in Hall Tom City off of 121. Dude,
I know exactly where it's at, bro. They built it next to a QT.
The QT.
Yeah, the fuel. I know what you're talking about. I used to stop there, bro. The one you're talking about it's not Haltom City. It's it's on the other side of 35 off of 820 off of 820.
Is there? Haltom City, and then there's that one.
Oh, I didn't know there was one in Haltom City now.
The Pilot in Lufkin used to be a Fuel City too, and then Pilot bought it out. Yeah, that went downhill.
I didn't know they were that big. Like as far as I knew, it was just that one in Dallas, and then I knew they had like built a couple other ones and shit. But man tacos in Fuel City. Oh my fucking gosh, bro! Those things were killer, dude. They were. Oh man, bro, it's nuts, dude. I'm telling you, you can't wait. I can't wait to come here, Hunter. Like, man,
I'm still gonna I'm gonna bring my whole setup. I might just work out of your house or wherever for like a day or two, man. Because I love Texas.
They're about to shut us off in 2 minutes.
Says who?
Oh yeah, the 4 hour mark. We are.
Well, see, that's the last time we. I don't know if that was if we went live on LinkedIn or not, but
I'm still watching us. I'm still watching us right now on LinkedIn.
This will be a test.
Well, Catherine, my wife said that when she commented, they kicked me off Facebook. I was like, see, they didn't want you on my shit.
I mean, does X still go? Because other than X,
I don't know.
Matters.
I mean, we could always start up another one. I don't know if anybody has to go.
Well, I'm gonna have to get off in a minute because my wife has to go to bed because she has to get up early in the fucking morning. And she was just in here. She was like, "Babe, you said you were waiting on Spud to get on, and he's on now, and you've talked."
I'm sorry.
That's what I told her.
I was thinking about like walking around HEB, as we did that. Like, no, it's too loud in here.
She did a while back. She's like, what are y'all talking about? I said, we're just chilling. We're waiting on fucking Spud to come on. And she was like, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Towing, baby.
That was good. Look now, man. I'm about to dig into that.
So we gotta have him on, like, as a solo show to like talk about that. Like, I know he's done it on Dooner and stuff like that and shit. You know what I mean? But like, dude, I mean, that predatory
that's a whole new segment, man. I think we beat fraud into the ground. It seems like he's got a hold on that, dude. Let's get on some.
Yeah. Oh, he's fired up about it.
I like him, man. Like, I never would have thought, or I have heard people like say, like other tow operators in articles and stuff, like say some of the things he said, but I don't know. He said it in a way to where it all wraps it and makes sense. But at the same time, I can see where still people could be saying, oh, I have all these extra fees and could still be taking advantage of things. You know what I mean? Like, when we use the example of that guy getting his trailer towed earlier, what my first instance with that is I had another situation like that where the truck had got towed because it broke down, and they ended up taking the trailer and disconnecting it, towing it from a speed tow shop back to their shop. Dude, you're talking 15 miles, and they tried charging us over $2,000 fucking dollars for that shit. And dude, they charged us more to move the trailer from the shop to their fucking yard than they did to move the entire truck and trailer from the breakdown scene to the fucking shop. And it was like, dude, make this make sense. And the guy did. I know he was a piece of shit. When we went to go pick our stuff up, like the driver pulled up and took pictures of the guy, dude. Like, I mean, dude he was operating. It's funny because we're just talking about campers, but he was operating out of a fucking camper on cinder blocks. And his tow yard, bro, was barbed wire fence. Oh, yeah, they did. Boom, LinkedIn just kicked us
on
off.
LinkedIn, but yeah,
4-hour mark.
Going strong. We got 12 hours on YouTube.
But, so,
12 hours. You can go live.
His tow yard, it was barbed wire fence on T-post. The dude welded T-post together to make it a fucking 10-foot fence. And all it was little strips of barbed wire. And I'm like, oh yeah, like this guy he's a scammer for sure, bro. And
you're still live on my LinkedIn.
All right.
Oh, yeah, you came in later.
Yeah, he came in later.
Some outdated shit.
Yeah, mine's only at like 3. When I click on my profile, it says 3 hours and 37 minutes.
That's funny, dude. That's crazy. Hey, I thought it was just because we scheduled the event last time and did it for 4 hours. So I guess LinkedIn is a 4-hour mark. I think Facebook may be 2, because when my wife commented, we were right before the 2-hour mark. So I think Facebook is a 2. No, because it still says I'm going on there.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We might just have to start posting the links to X and YouTube on LinkedIn.
Mm-hmm. The only platform that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what was it last night? When the Putin interview came out, by the time I got around to seeing it, it was like 34 million views on X. But on YouTube, it was like 300,000. I'm like, wow. Like
X really is a spot, man. It is. It's going crazy.
Unless you piss them off like I did.
Oh, did you get roughed up by him?
Don't tell Jimmy Fallon to eat a dick and you'll be okay.
I'll be back tomorrow. I hate that guy.
How they even find that shit though, dude?
I was like,
no, it's not Jimmy Fallon. It's Jimmy Kimmel. That's the motherfucker I can't fucking stand that guy.
I like Jay Leno. He's cool.
I love Leno. I love fucking Leno.
Yeah, that motherfucker got a car collection like no tomorrow, bro. That shit is crazy.
It's not even that. The thing about Leno is he is the most down-to-earth fucking person. Dude, like this guy wears like blue jeans, like cheap-ass clothes and shit.
Yeah,
this
man.
dude
He wears the old Canadian tuxedo.
Yeah.
He's a big fan of hot dogs. So we got like a hot dog shop that's like famous here in Schenectady. And he actually came in and signed a napkin and took a picture with the owner, and it's like up in a frame in the hot dog shop.
Dude, he's a super cool guy. Hey, and I don't know if y'all heard, man. I feel like he's going through it, man. His wife is diagnosed with dementia recently and shit. I just read an article, man. Like he's stepping back from a lot of stuff to like take care of his wife and doing all these things like that. But if I had one car guy, two car people I'd want to meet would be Leno and Carroll Shelby. Like if I had two car folks, that's
Shelby.
Maybe Enzo Ferrari. Like I respect the fuck out of Enzo Ferrari. Like that dude did some crazy shit, man. But yeah, Leno and Carroll Shelby.
Shelby just teamed up with the wrong manufacturer. That's the problem with Shelby. He should have went over to General Motors.
Yeah.
But it's so funny because people be like, "Oh, I got a Ford Shelby." I'm like, "That's not a Ford Shelby, bro. That's just a Shelby." Like, there's nothing Ford about that car. And you see the Shelby truck, bro? That Shelby truck is fucking insane.
I'll say
insane.
As much as I like Shelby, as much as I do like him, I am a Hennessy guy. Texas, baby. Like fucking Hennessy, bro. Like that dude, he does the Hennessy Velociraptor. Bro, it's just think of the Ford Raptor in an Expedition times 10. Like, bro, it's like, dude, like fucking shit is done. What's that, Hunter?
Speaking of Leno, I just saw this today. This Michael Schirkenbach, but y'all heard of Show Motion?
Yeah.
Dude, I saw this post today. So this is a Lamborghini that they're actually shipping out to wherever, I guess maybe LA, but
who's the broker? Who's the broker?
Oh, they're at, dude. I'd like to know, but yeah, bro, got this bad.
Why is that shit in a dry van, bro? That shit should have been in a one of those enclosed.
Well, dude, it's got a Euro tag on it, man. They're shipping it from overseas.
Hey,
in a container, bro.
I'll tell you something. Hey, what I've never done car hauling, but I have a friend of mine. His guy lives across the street from him. He does car hauling. And I'll tell you, dude, you would not even think about the stuff that they put these cars in, just like what you just saw, and they do it purposely.
Yeah, like, bro, they have those cars.
That trailer, that is probably a 53-foot trailer, and all it is that fucking Lamborghini in there.
Yeah.
And I'll bet you the outside of that trailer's probably got fucking graffiti all over it.
It probably says TQL, pay me my $8,000.
Yes. Oh, man.
Bro, they have the enclosed car haulers, too. They're like Conestagos.
Those reliables and shit. Yeah.
I follow a couple pages of, like, trucking companies that handle, like, dude, multi-million-dollar vehicles.
Yeah,
dude, it's like super triple pane, like glass, like I don't know. You can like see through the trailer, but it is a hell of a business to be in. I don't know how you get into that, but dude, if I'm moving fucking vehicles,
I mean, it's kind of
NFL players and shit. Like,
it's probably very specialized, like the super heavy stuff, where. You know, they're deadheading a lot of miles just to get to those places.
You
gotta wait 2 weeks for my truck to get there, bud, but I'll be there.
that car that Hunter just showed, if I'm not mistaken, that's a Lamborghini Countach. That thing right fucking now on the open market, double-digit millions. Like,
are they that much? I didn't think.
Oh fuck yeah,
bro! We went to
probably close to double-digit millions for the right Lamborghini Countach, dude. Hey. They just sold a Lamborghini Diablo LP 670 for like 30 million or 20 million fucking dollars.
Bro, I went to a car club in Dallas when I was there. It's like a car club, a barbershop, and a restaurant all in one building. And they had some crazy shit in there. And when I went to go in there, I was going in there for lunch. And they're like, "Oh, we're closed for a private event." and I was like, I just want to look at the cars. So it went in, and I was looking at the cars, and everybody there is like 7 foot tall and wearing a Divers Mavericks shirt. I'm like, oh, okay, you guys are closed for a Mavericks party, perfect. And then I'm on the way out. There's these beautiful women walking in that are only like 5 foot. I'm like, you guys gotta pick better fucking women. Like, your kid is only gonna be 5'8" now because you want to be 7 foot and be with a woman that's 5 foot. Like, what is wrong with you? That's not a good addition to your gene pool.
That's not what they were there for.
But anyway, guys, hey, I gotta get off here, man. I'm gonna go eat my gyro from this badass Greek restaurant and fucking pig out, and I'm gonna drink my last fucking beer and just chill out. Spud, dude, man, I'm glad you got to chill with this, man. But I mean, it sucks you're late.
Sorry, it was so late.
I know you were out at you were over at Heb. I get it, bro. I know how it is. You go to fucking Heb and you just get stuck in that bitch, dude.
Well, I mean, we were in Victoria. It wasn't like we were at the local one, you know. That's a big store. That's a big store.
Yeah, I'm gonna go that Houston, that San Antonio. I heard that motherfucker's badass, man. But I want to get out of here and shit. And we got to hang out, Spud. I can't wait till June, man. So we can come down there and fucking hang out with you, dude, and go to this truck show. And yeah, it's gonna be a freaking blast. And hopefully you're better, man. Hey, you never know. Maybe the stars will align, and we may see you at Matt's or something. You know what I'm saying?
Hopefully. Next week we're gonna be at the fishing show in Houston. She's gotta go with the state, do some state stuff, and so I'm gonna go hang out up there. And after that, we gotta go to Lufkin. She's presenting some paper she's written. So, but yeah, no, I mean, I'm gonna try and be at Matt's. So yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, if you're not, we're gonna chill at the Texas show. I already told my wife. I said, babe, you're gonna come with me because when we go to the Texas Truck Show, after that, we're gonna go fucking hang out with Spud, and we're gonna fucking drink, and we're gonna fucking eat some smoked fucking meats. And we're just gonna chill, man. We're just gonna fucking chill, man. Spud, since you were the last one on, do you have anything you want to say before we chop out this piece, man?
Thanks for having me. Of course, it's always a good time.
Always, bro.
Even if it's short. But I'll be back on tomorrow on Twitter, so I can regain my presence, I guess. So be prepared. There's a lot to post.
Before let's go, dude, check your DMs, man. We sent you your login for Lane Runner.
I did see that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I've been out of it.
No, you're good. You're good.
Today, so
no, hey, I haven't seen you on X, so like you saying that made me think of it. Yeah. So yeah, that's what made me think. I was like, fuck. Yeah, he ain't seen it because I sent it to TJ and he was like, "Hey, thank you," immediately and shit. So
well, that's TJ. I'm like 6 hours later. You know,
I know, bro. He's fucking dude. Hey, he before we go. He stays on there, dude. They do those little rooms, Spud, bro. I literally listen to this shit. I literally got up at 5 o'clock this fucking morning in Texas, and they were in a fucking room. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, dude? It's crazy.
DOT's got a a space account he uses now, so he can fire it up and just go until if he's got to get off at whatever, it doesn't affect it. So it just fires it up and then just lets it go until it stops.
Dude, it was nuts. I think they were on for like 7 hours the other day, bro. It was fucking nuts, man. It was
we got to fuck around with one of those someday.
Bro, it's 100.
What is it?
Like,
just go on X, man. It's like these little live on X. It's like literally just a chat room, but people are actually just in there talking.
Yeah, it'll pop up. Like if you're on your phone, it pops up at the top of your thing with a little bar, and it'll say like live or whatever, dude. And you just like click on it, and it's just a whole bunch of people in a room like this. It's no video. It's just all talking. But
did you guys ever tune into the Overnight Drive?
No.
They had like a so he goes live on YouTube. He used to have a radio show, and I used to drive at night because at the reefers you always are getting loaded at like 2 o'clock in the morning or at 11 o'clock, and so I was always driving at night. And they had this show with this guy called the Overnight Drive on YouTube, and I always used to tune into that. And they used to have like a chat room that you could call in and he would give like the password out every week on his thing, and you call in, and it's like a chat room that you call into, and it was always drivers in there just hanging out, just talking about the chicken coops and all that shit.
Yeah, that's the Spaces is where the Pringles can joke came from. I wasn't even there, but it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I know. I'm gonna have to get them to fully explain it to me. I get it, but I know there's something else to it. Ryan, do you have any closing comment before we chop out?
Nah, man, I'm good. It's always good to be in the lounge.
Fuck yeah, bro. You know, hey, Ryan, we appreciate all the love you're showing us, dude. Like, dude, Hunter and I see all that shit you tag us in, dude. And hey, like, we appreciate it, bro. Like, it's obviously, you know, people like you are like what's helping us grow with shit, man. So
yeah.
dude,
Same to you, Spot on X, man. That's, you know, like all the Freight X community, bro. Like,
I can't, bro. I can't be on Twitter. I tried it, and I got the app on my phone.
Man. It's different,
and it's just like
there's still the crazy ass side of it, but
Freight X
is a.
It's so just the platform is just so weird to me. I don't know.
It is. I'm still getting used to it, bro. I agree with you too, dude. Like it is. It's really weird, and especially how like comments and replies like stack on each other. Like comment to someone, and then it'll like post like 3 things up or whatever. It's like, dude, like it is weird. I'll give you that. It's fucking different. I only really fuck with it. So, Hunter, you got anything you want to say before we head out?
Good show. Catch us at Matt. Shout out Mid American Trucking Show. Yeah, good times. About to check out some towing schools.
Wreckmaster is the towing school. The Wreckmaster is like a traveling tow school. So they go to like different tow companies and have the school there.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look
and they'll take like he was talking about the junk cars that he's got to get rid of. They'll have like classes on how to recover cars off of junk cars that are already, you know, junk, like how to flip it back over and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. What a marathon!
Surprisingly,
lurking in the shadows.
Evan is probably still fucking sleeping. That lazy.
I know he posted a picture about being in the shower.
Is it? Oh, we don't want him coming on while he's in the shower. We're not trying to get canceled here.
Don't be like Lombard.
That's right.
I'm serious. In the Freight Space event, every time he's in the shower, you were like, you're in the shower, the toilet flush, that's great.
Hunter was on the toilet with the one Freestyle Friday.
Yeah, right. He was. We're going to chop out this piece. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us and chilling. We talked about a lot of things. We had Janelle on the first part of the show. She went over some accounting stuff, specifically her thing, which is profit first. She put out some really good information out there for just business owners in general. We're going to drop her social media and contact info in all our social media under this video here. Then we had Dad of Two Towing on, talked about some predatory towing and helped drop some information on that. We're going to make sure that we bring him back on and do a solo show just with him where everyone can comment and cuss him the hell out. No, I mean, comment and ask him questions. And, and obviously we ended the show just chilling and talking about whatever with Mr. King Spud here and Ryan and Hunter and myself. And with all that, we're going to bid. Oh, sorry. My wife she's like, I got to come clean. Look at her all ducking like no one can see her and shit. Anyway, we're going to chop out of here. As always, like to say, chunk the deuces. Mr. Hound, roll that beautiful bean footage.